Chapter 350. When the news reached Xinjiang, Yili was naturally enraged. In reality, she had experienced countless wars in both her previous and current lives, but she had never experienced a real war. But she knew about war. Because in her previous life, she had lived in a time of peace and prosperity that had not been separated from war for too long. Compared to Mo Jingli's rebellion, that could not even be considered a real war. Mo Jingli was a citizen of the Dechu state, and he was not crazy. Even when two armies were at war, he would not casually harm the common people. Because in Mo Jingli's heart, they were still his common people. But the people of Xiling were different. What they wanted was not only the vast land of the Dechu state, but also the food, gold, and silver on it. They would even do their best to destroy the people living on this land. Xiling was bitterly cold. They needed someone to vacate this vast and rich land for them. She could imagine what kind of suffering the people in the northwest were suffering, but she was powerless to do anything. Wang Fei. In the spacious study, the generals seated all had ugly expressions. Feng Jiao looked worriedly at Yili's tightly clenched hands and cold expression. He frowned and said, "Wang Fei, please calm down. This matter is not Wang Fei's fault." Yili snorted and glanced at the generals below. She said lightly, "If it's not my fault, then whose fault is it?" Everyone lowered their heads and said in unison, "We are incompetent. Wang Fei, please punish us." Yili lowered her eyes and sighed softly, "I am not in a position to punish you. I only hope that everyone will remember one thing. The Maoist army's duty is to protect the country. But now, the people of Xiling are wreaking havoc in the northwest. The common people have no way to make a living. Everyone stand on the city walls and look out. Do you know what this is? This is the shame of the Maoist army. To let the common people who need your protection be abused by a foreign race is the shame of a soldier. At the same time, it is also the shame of the Ding kingdom." Everyone couldn't help blushing. Several young generals couldn't help but jump out. "Princess, please give the order. We are willing to be the vanguard to expel the West Hill bandits and shake the soul of our Maoist army." Yili shook her head and sighed. She picked up the booklet on the table and handed it over. "Take a look. How do you want to settle this debt?" After taking the booklet from Yili, everyone's expression changed after reading it. Genom of Gojoseon had sent reinforcements to the northwest. It was obvious that they wanted to eliminate the Maoist army in the northwest and then surround Prince's escape route. Over the past few days, the garrisons in the northwest had suffered significant losses. "Feng San, what do you think?" Yili asked. Feng San raised his head and looked at Yili, hesitating. Yili said, "Just tell me the truth." Feng San gritted his teeth. "I think we should abandon Xinjiang." Everyone was in an uproar. Xinjiang had been massacred, and Prince had personally taken it back from the West Hill people. If they lost it again, the Maoist army would lose face. Yili's expression was calm. "Tell me the reason." Feng Jiao said, "Xinjiang has 3 sides of flat land. It is easy to attack and hard to defend. Moreover, it is now an empty city. There is no point in defending it. Once the Xiling army takes over the 11 cities in the northwest, Xinjiang will become an ancient city. At that time, even if we can take it for a few months, what's the point?" Yili nodded. "Continue." Feng Jiao walked to a large map, hanging not far away. He raised his head and looked at it. Pointing at a certain place, he said, "This subordinate's opinion is to abandon Xinjiang, seize the road from Li River, and reject Hangzhou. Hangzhou is the granary of the northwest. The terrain is complicated and steep. Even though the Xiling army is trying their best to open the road to Hangzhou, they are still met with setbacks. We are familiar with the terrain of the northwest. We can definitely reach Hangzhou before their main force arrives. We can also clear out the vanguard troops already there. In addition, Hangzhou is a stronghold. It is the gateway to the northwest. As long as we defend Hangzhou, even if Genom of Gojoseon has thousands of soldiers and horses, they will not be able to enter the central plains from the northwest." The study was silent. Everyone stared at the map as if thinking about Feng Jiao's words. Yili looked up at the crowd. "What do you all think?" After a long time, the The young Yunting stepped forward and said, I agree with General Feng's suggestion. I am willing to be the vanguard and open the road for the princess. Soon more and more people seconded the idea. Looking at the excited generals, Yili nodded and said softly, I understand. Everyone go back and prepare. No matter what kind of battle we will face, I hope that everyone will be prepared and have enough energy. Yes, princess. The generals all took their leave. Only Feng Jiao, Zhu Jing, and the others were left in the study. Feng Jiao looked at Yi Li and said in understanding, Princess also agrees with my suggestion? Yi Li smiled faintly and said, after delaying in Xinyang for so long, is Feng Sen anxious? Feng Jiao shook his head and said, I understand that Princess has her own considerations. Besides, Princess's current body is not suitable for long-distance travel. If they wanted to delay Genom of Gojoseon in the northwest and retreat to Hangzhou, they could not do it too early or too late. If they did it too early, Genom of Gojoseon would see through their intentions. If they did it too late, they could really bury the 3 prefectures and 11 cities in the northwest. Yili said, my body is fine. You can go prepare. There is one more thing that I need you to do personally. Feng Jiao saw that Yili was serious, and his expression became serious. He said solemnly, please give your orders, princess. Yili lowered her eyes and said, even if we retreat to Hangzhou, I do not want the people of West Hill to get a single grain of rice or grain in the northwest. Feng Jiao paused and said, princess means scorched earth. Yili said faintly. Feng Jiao was silent. Although he had never heard of this phrase, it did not prevent him from understanding what it meant. Feng Jiao's expression changed as he looked at the beautiful woman with a cold expression in front of him. He respectfully said, this subordinate accepts the order. You may leave. I will leave. Seeing Feng Jiao's figure disappear through the door, Yili closed her eyes tiredly. A faint trace of sadness appeared between her brows. Zhu Jing looked at her and said in a low voice, my lady, the West Hill army is now burning and killing in the northwest. The people are already suffering. It is not your fault. Yili shook her head and smiled bitterly, but I am afraid that I have made their suffering worse. Once the West Hill army could not get their food, how could they not vent their anger on the common people? Zhu Jing said, there are not many people left near Xinyang. Yili raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. She said softly, fine, go prepare. Even if we leave, we can't leave in vain. We have to leave some gifts for the people of West Hill before we leave. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and said, Princess, I request to stay behind to cover the retreat. Yili looked at him and asked, what ideas do you have? Qin Feng smiled embarrassedly and said, I do have some ideas, but the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Yili's lips curled up slightly. She smiled and said, I happen to have some ideas as well. Why don't we discuss them together? It was not just Qin Feng. Zhu Jing and the others also became spirited. Qin Feng said loudly, I will obey. Early October, after several days of relentless attacks, and more than a month later, the West Hill army once again aggressively charged into Suncreed City. However, this time, what greeted them was not a ground full of gold and silver, nor was there any food or military supplies. There wasn't even any panicking people. What appeared in front of them was a completely empty city. Other than the sounds they made, there was no other sound in the entire city. All the residents in the city had long since left. Not even a grain of food could be found in the empty houses. All of the shops had either been emptied or destroyed on the spot. Even the wells in the city had been thrown in with a lot of debris. It would take a lot of effort to refill them. Chapter 351. The leader of the vanguard rode on horseback with an ashen face as he stared at the empty city in front of him. General, there's not a single person left in the city, reported the soldier who had been scouting ahead. Bastard. The leader of the vanguard was furious. It wasn't clear if he was cursing the soldiers of the Dechu state or himself. After cursing a few times, he could only send someone to report to Genom of Gojoseon, who had yet to enter the city. What's that? asked the vanguard with a frown as he pointed at an inconspicuous black object at the corner of the street. The soldier, standing in front of his horse, went forward to examine it. After a while, he returned with some confusion and reported, "General, it seems to be some tung oil and tallow water. It probably fell when the Dongchu people were fleeing." The vanguard's brows were tightly knit together as he felt that something was wrong. Looking around carefully, he discovered that there were many such traces. Moreover, the air seemed to be filled with a thick smell of alcohol. When they had first entered the city, there were several wine shops along the street, so they hadn't noticed. But now that they looked carefully, they discovered that the smell of alcohol was too strong even outside the wine shops. Before they had time to think about it, the window of a building beside the street was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A man dressed in black coldly glanced at the people below. He quickly knocked an arrow on his bow and then disappeared through the window. These actions were all completed in an instant. By the time everyone reacted and shot at the window, the man had already disappeared through the window. Fire! Suddenly, someone screamed. A cluster of sparks suddenly appeared on both sides of a street and spread out in an extremely short period of time. Ambush! Retreat quickly! At the same time, Xinjiang City became noisy again. There's a fire at the city gates. A loud boom came from the city gates. Then they saw flames shoot up into the sky. Even from their position in the city, they could clearly see the red light on the horizon. It was easy to imagine how fierce the fire was.
Quick!
Put out the fire! The Shilling army immediately fell into chaos. Putting out a fire was easier said than done. Shilling City was already dry and short of water. The few wells they had were either sealed or buried. The only liquid that could be found in the second city was wine. As if on purpose, these jars were placed outside the taverns. Some of them were even placed on the side of the street. As long as someone accidentally broke the jar, it would cause an even bigger fire. Suncreed City, which should have been filled with songs of victory, was now ablaze with flames and cries of agony. On a mountain peak several li away from Suncreed City, Yili gazed at Suncreed City in the distance, which had already become a sea of fire. She sighed softly. Suncreed is destroyed. Qin Feng stood behind Yili and draped a thin cloak over her shoulders as he said, "Wang Fei does not need to worry." In reality, most of the buildings in Xinjiang City are made of mud and stone. Even if most of the buildings are burned down, it won't be too difficult to rebuild them. Furthermore, we will be able to wipe out at least 50,000 of the Western Mausoleum's troops without sacrificing a single soldier. Rather than leaving Suncreed City for the Western Mausoleum to live in, it would be better to burn it down. Yili smiled faintly. Gathering the cloak around her, she turned and said, "Let's go." After this battle, Genom of Gojoseon's anger will not be small. We need to hurry to Hangzhou. Yes, Wang Fei. Suncreed City was indeed made of mud and stone as Qin Feng had said. It was not a good fuel. But even so, everyone had lost an entire day. Because the city gates were blocked by fire, the people inside the city could not leave, and the people outside the city could not enter. When the fire finally weakened on the second day, and the soldiers outside the city could enter, the people inside the city were almost completely wiped out. Even those who had not been burned to death by the fire had suffocated to death from the billowing smoke. The originally grand and magnificent Suncreed City was now pitch black, giving off a feeling of death. When Genom of Gojoseon stepped into Suncreed City, his expression could not be described as simply gloomy. It was completely sinister. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the smoke that had not completely extinguished on both sides of the street, and the foul smell in the air, Genom of Gojoseon's expression was ferocious and sinister. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Yili." The generals that followed Genom of Gojoseon and were all trembling in fear, afraid that they would say or do something wrong to anger the gloomy Genom of Gojoseon. After a long time, Genom of Gojoseon suddenly raised his head to the sky and laughed. "Good. Who would have thought that after 10 years, I would be able to meet an opponent? Mo Lufang, your good daughter-in-law. Yili, if I don't capture you alive, I swear that I am not human. Pass down Ai's orders, Anyone who captures the king's consort alive will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis of 1,000 households. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This kind of reward was almost comparable to the reward given to the founding princes of the past. Jeonnam of Gojoseon turned around and scanned the surroundings. With a cold laugh, he said, "Leave some people to guard Suncreed City. The rest of the army depart for Hangzhou." Yes, Hangzhou City. Hangzhou was not the largest city in the northwest, nor was it the most fortified city in the northwest. However, due to its geographical location, the Shilling army had been blocked by the Maoist army and had not been able to get close to Hangzhou City. Although the flames of war were raging in the northwest, the citizens and merchants of Hangzhou City were still very peaceful. This was because they were backed by the northwest, which was the only way to enter the Central Plains. Even if Hangzhou City was breached by the Shilling army, they still had time to escape to the Central Plains. Also, right now, the Northwest was not the only part of the Dechu state that was at war. Therefore, there were fewer people fleeing. This subject is the Northwest Inspector General, Sun Xingji. I lead the officials and merchants of Hangzhou to welcome Ding Wangfei. At the city gates, the Hangzhou governor led the officials to welcome Yi Li and her group. Feng Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man who was full of smiles in front of him. This person could be considered part of the pro-emperor faction. When the war started, he had fled from Suncreed City to Hangzhou. He did not pay attention to the Maoist army near Hangzhou and even thought of ways to delay the food that should have been provided. At this time, he still had the guts to stand at the city gates to welcome Wang Fei. He was very daring. Yi Li was dressed in plain blue robes. She did not have the elegance and grandeur of the noble women of the Chu capital. The hem of her robes was smooth. The simple and ordinary style did not cause people to be disrespectful or disrespectful. Holding Zhuo Jing's hand as she dismounted from the horse, Yi Li looked calmly at the 2 rows of people standing respectfully in front of her. She nodded slightly and said, "Official Sun, you are excused." Sun Xingji came forward and said with a smile, "Wang Fei must be tired from the journey. Please come into the city and have a cup of tea. At night, this subordinate will host a banquet to welcome Wang Fei." Yi Li's eyebrows rose slightly. Was he in such a hurry to announce the relationship between guest and host? I'm afraid I will have to reject Official Sun's good intentions. The Shilling army is rampaging in Hangzhou. Does Official have a solution? Sun Xingji smiled and said, "With the Maoist army present, there is no place for the Shilling people to do as they please. This subject is the same as the people of Hangzhou. This subject is very assured, very assured." At the side, Feng Xiao's eyebrows rose, and he said with a cold smile, "Does Official Sun only mean the people of Hangzhou? I remember that Official Sun is the governor of the Northwest and not the governor of Hangzhou. In addition, Lord Sun's meaning just now seems to be that the West Hill people are wantonly raiding the Northwest, and it is the Mo army's fault." Sun Xingji's face stiffened, but he quickly smiled apologetically and said, "This official does not dare." Not daring did not mean that he did not dare. Feng Xiao snorted lightly and ignored him. Chapter 352. The atmosphere seemed to be slightly awkward. A middle-aged man standing behind Sun Xingji hurriedly stood up and said, "This official." Hangzhou's Governor Qi Anrong greets Wang Fei. Yi Li nodded and said, "Official Qi, this Fei heard that the provisions that were supposed to be supplied to the Maoist army in Hangzhou have not arrived. What is the matter?" Qi Anrong quickly glanced at Sun Xingji beside him and stammered, "This, Wang Fei, please forgive me. The Northwest has been raided by the Shilling people, and Hangzhou has suffered especially, so the provisions have been delayed for a few days. Wang Fei, please forgive me." Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "So it is like this. It has been hard on Official Qi." Hearing Yi Li's words, Qi Anrong couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. His eyes that were slightly blue from excessive alcohol, and women trembled slightly. He smiled apologetically and said, "I don't dare. I don't dare." Zhuo Jing looked coldly at the crowd and said, still not moving out of the way, "Do you want Wang Fei to rest outside the city?" Qi Anrong hurriedly moved out of the way and made a path. Wang Fei, please, Wang Fei. Yili was about to walk into the city when Sun Xingji's voice came from behind her. Wang Fei, please wait. Yili turned back and looked calmly at Sun Xingji. Her beautiful brows rose slightly as she waited with a smile for him to continue. Sun Xingji looked around and swallowed before he puffed out his chest and said, Wang Fei has come to Hangzhou. The officials and people of Hangzhou naturally welcome you. But the Mahist army cannot enter the city with Wang Fei. Yili smiled and asked, why? Sun Xingji said seriously, if so many people enter the city, it will cause chaos in the city. Wang Fei, please reconsider. Also, according to the laws of De Chu State, each city cannot have more than 50,000 soldiers. Wang Fei will only bring a few 100,000 people, right? Sun Xingji's voice grew louder, as though he found he was in the right. Yili was not angry and only stared calmly at the smug middle-aged man in front of her. Seeing that Yili did not speak, Sun Xingji became even happier. Even the cautiousness he originally had was gone by 70 to 80%. He smiled and said, Wang Fei, is what this lowly official said reasonable? A beautiful smile bloomed on Yili's lips. Sun Xingji, who was so proud of himself, didn't notice the frown on his face. The people around Yili silently took 2 steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lord Sun, do you know that this consort just set fire to Xinyang? Yili's voice was clear and cold. Sun Xingji couldn't help but shiver. His smile was still stiff on his face as he stared blankly at the woman whose expression had suddenly changed. Wang, Princess Consort, this consort dares to burn down Xinyang. I'm not afraid of killing 2 more useless officials. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone present shook. They abruptly raised their heads to look at the green-clothed woman with an elegant appearance but a frosty expression. They were intimidated by the murderous aura that seemed to have materialized. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The slight disdain that originally existed disappeared in an instant. Sun Xingji's face paled and then quickly turned red. They truly hadn't received the news from Xinyang. Even Yili, who had come to the city gates to greet them, had just received the news and hurriedly arranged for them to come. Hearing that Yili had set fire to Xinyang, although he was shocked, he did not want to lose face in front of the various officials and merchants of Hangzhou City. After all, he was an important official appointed by the imperial court to oversee the Northwest. In the Northwest, he was the highest-ranking official. His expression changing slightly, Sun Xingji said, Princess Ding, Xinyang is the largest city in the Northwest. You didn't even discuss with this official before setting fire to the city. Do you have any respect for the imperial court or the emperor? Yili smiled faintly and said, discuss? This consort wanted to find someone to discuss it with. But where was Lord Sun at that time? Sun Xingji was slightly flustered. He quickly looked around and said confidently, this official is the governor of the Northwest. Naturally, I can't always be in charge of Xinyang. Yili smiled coldly and said, but this consort heard that Lord Sun left on the first day Xinyang fell. Does Lord Sun know how many people were killed when Xinyang fell? Without waiting for him to speak, Yili said, less than 1 in 10 of Xinyang's citizens survived. The number of casualties is more than 100,000. Since Lord Sun is an official of the Northwest, you should share the joys and sorrows of the Northwest people. If they're dead, why are you still alive? These words caused Sun Xingji's face to turn green and white. He finally sensed the cold, murderous intent coming from the Mahist army that followed Yili. His heart trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Qianrong quickly came forward and said, Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness, please enter the city and rest for a while. Yili glanced at him faintly and successfully shut him up. Then, she lifted her foot and walked into the city. Zhuijing, who was following behind Yili, stopped in front of Qianrong and said with a cold face, Everyone, go do what you need to do. Wang Fei probably won't have time to attend the welcoming banquet. Then, he didn't care about Qianrong's expression and turned to follow Yi Li into the city. Qianrong paused and looked helplessly at Sun Xingji. Lord Sun, this. Sun Xingji huffed lightly and said, the northwest still belongs to the emperor. With a flick of his sleeve, he followed into the city. After entering the city, the scene in Hangzhou City made the Maoist army generals angry. The entire city wasn't filled with song and dance, but just by looking at the city defense and the soldiers guarding the city, no one could tell that this was an army and city that was about to be invaded by a powerful enemy. The city defense was sparse, and the soldiers and generals were not alert at all. The generals following behind Yi Li all had ugly expressions. It was a blessing from the heavens that Hangzhou hadn't been taken over by the West Hill people. Before they could enter the governor's manor, Yi Li said coldly, bring the governor of Hangzhou to me. As you command. Entering the governor's manor, groups of servant girls and servants immediately came to greet them. The first few well-dressed noblewomen led a few young girls who were also adorned in jewelry to greet them. This concubine respectfully welcomes Wang Fei. Yi Li casually swept a glance. Just by looking at the quality of the clothing of the noblewoman at the front, she knew that these were the womenfolk of Sun Xingji and Qianrong. Sun Xingji's governor's manor had originally been in Xinyang. Ever since he fled to Hangzhou with his wife and children, he had been temporarily living in the governor's manor. Somewhat irritated, Yi Li glanced at the bejeweled womenfolk in front of her. She waved her hand and said, take them away. After speaking, she directly walked past the dazed womenfolk and headed for the main hall. The Maoist army's speed was naturally unquestionable. By the time Yi Li's group reached the main hall of the governor's manor, the general of Xinyang City had already been brought to the gate. Yi Li glanced at him and discovered that he wasn't among the people who had come to greet them at the city gates. Stepping into the main hall, Yi Li walked to the table and sat down. Sun Xingji and Qianrong also walked in one after the other. Seeing Yi Li seated high up in the main hall, Sun Xingji's expression changed slightly. Wang Fei, the visitor, is a guest. How can a guest bully the host? Yi Li's brows were tightly knitted. She was somewhat annoyed by this fearless Sun Xingji. Did he think that just because he was one of Mo Jingqi's people, she wouldn't dare to do anything to him? Chapter 353. Sun Official, if there's nothing else, then go to the side. Ben Fei will talk with Sun Official after this matter is taken care of. Sun Xingji said discontentedly, Wang Fei is a woman and should stay in the inner compound to manage the Ding Wang Fu for the prince. What right do you have to sit in the court and have people capture General Wang? What right do I have? Yi Li smiled coldly and said, because Ben Fei is the highest commander of the Maoist army in the northwest. Sun Xingji's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, are you joking? How can the commander of the Maoist army be a woman? Even if you are the Ding Wang Fei, you don't have the right to order people around in Hangzhou. Yi Li was too lazy to pay attention to this person. She gave a look to Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood and waved his hand. Two guards came forward, one on the left and one on the right, and pressed Sun Xingji into a chair on the side. Sun Xingji was a scholar. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't overcome the two young and strong guards. He was suppressed to the point he couldn't move. Glaring angrily at Yi Li took a sip of tea. She smiled faintly and said, if Sun Official insists on disturbing Ben Fei, then don't blame Ben Fei for being rude to an important official of the court. Sun Xingji gritted his teeth and said, this official will definitely report to the emperor about the Ding Wang Fu. As you wish. In this kind of situation, what difference did it make whether he reported or not? Yi Li's gaze turned to the other general who was also being held. General Wang? Hangzhou's guardian General Wang Duo? What is your relationship with Wang Xiaorong of the palace? Wang Duo struggled a few times to no avail. He raised his head and glared at Yi Li, saying, Wang Xiaorong is Ben General's younger cousin. What does Wang Fei mean? Release Ben General. Don't forget Ben General is the guardian general of Hangzhou. Yi Li flipped through the files on the table and threw them down. They landed right in front of Wang Duo and said, from now on, You are no longer the guardian general of Hangzhou.
Take a look for yourself.
Wang Duo did not pick up the file on the ground. Instead, he angrily said, "What does Wang Fei mean?" This general's position was personally conferred by the emperor and the imperial court. Does Wang Fei think that it can be revoked with just one word from Wang Fei? Yili smiled and took out a jade pendant. She waved it in her hand and said with a smile, "Then does this have the right to remove you?" Emperor Taizu's last wish was that in times of crisis during a war, the one who held the Yanzi jade pendant in the king's mansion could control all generals below the rank of great general in Dechu state. Or is General Wang not a general of the Dechu state? This, of course, Wang Duo knew about the decree that Taizu had left behind. Although the generals loyal to the emperor now might not really buy it, before the emperor decreed that Taizu's decree was abolished, they could at most obey in public, but oppose in private. They absolutely could not oppose it face to face. Yili took back the jade pendant and said to Feng Jiao, "Feng San, Hangzhou's defense will be handed over to you." Feng Jiao smiled wholeheartedly and looked at the somewhat absent-minded Wang Duo. He nodded and said, "This general obeys. This general will immediately adjust Hangzhou's defense." Finished speaking, he waved his hand and led several generals out of the door. After Feng Jiao and the others left, Yili looked at Wang Duo and the others again. She smiled sweetly. "All right, now General Wang and Sun Darren can say whatever you want." Wang Duo unwillingly said, "The troops of Hangzhou will not listen to a general who does not even have an official rank in the imperial court." He was talking about Feng Jiao. Although Feng Jiao was publicly recognized as Mo Xiuyao's right-hand man in the Mahist army, Feng Jiao was the only general in the Mahist army who did not have an official rank. Yili smiled slightly and said, "Whether or not he can make people listen to him is Feng San's problem. There is no need for General Wang to worry." Wang Duo gave a light snort and had nothing to say. Yili looked sideways at Sun Xingji, who was sitting to the side, and smiled. "Sun Darren has something to say?" Sun Xingji sneered. With Wang Fei's prestige, how would this official dare to speak? Yili pursed her lips and smiled. "Since you don't dare to speak, then there is no need to speak. Sun Darren can live peacefully in Hangzhou. When the war is over, this Fei will send someone to send Sun Darren back to the capital. If, unfortunately, Hangzhou is lost, this Fei will give Sun Darren a chance to live and die with Hangzhou." Hearing this, Sun Xingji's face twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Many thanks, Wang Fei." After sending off Sun Xingji and Wang Duo, Qianrong was the only one left in the hall. He looked at the woman on the seat with fear and trepidation. With a flattering smile, he said, "Wang Fei." Yili looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Qi Darren, your position as the governor of Hangzhou is very comfortable. Not to mention this Fei. Even the prince would be very envious." "I don't dare. I don't dare." Qianrong smiled apologetically. Yili flipped through the file in her hand and said, 6 years in office, a family fortune of 1 million. 1 wife, 12 concubines for sons, 6 daughters. No wonder this Fei heard that in 3 years, Magistrate Qing earned 100,000 snowflake silver. Qi Darren must have earned more than 100,000 this year, right? Wang Fei, this lowly official, this lowly official. Qianrong kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. Yili casually threw the file to the side and said, "Qi Darren, don't be nervous. This Fei is not interested in Qi Darren's wealth, concubines, and children." Hearing this, Qianrong's eyes brightened. He looked at Yili expectantly. Yili looked down and said lightly, "The war with the West Hill is imminent, Hangzhou City." Qianrong was very smart and quickly said, "It is this lowly official's duty to cooperate with Wang Fei to fight against the West Hill bandits. Wang Fei, please give me your orders." Yili looked up and said with a smile, "This won't make things difficult for Qi Darren." Qianrong smiled and said, "How can it be? As long as Hangzhou is safe, it is good for everyone, isn't it? Wang Fei, please give me your orders." Yili nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." Since Chi Darren has made things convenient for me, this Fei will not make things difficult for Chi Darren. As long as Chi Darren manages Hangzhou City well, this Fei will take care of everything else. This lowly official understands. This lowly official will not disappoint Wang Fei. Very good. Chi Darren, please go back first. After sending Chi Onrong off, Yili looked disdainfully at the disappearing figure and said, Wang Fei, are we really going to let Chi Onrong off so easily? Yili smiled coldly. Let him off. That will depend on whether he is tactful. We have just arrived in Hangzhou. We can't offend everyone at once, can we? This lowly official understands. The entire Northwest, especially within Hangzhou, was filled with battles of various sizes almost every day. This time, Yili was not personally leading the troops into battle. Instead, she was sitting in Hangzhou City and giving orders from afar, because she was no longer alone. In her womb lived a small, almost undetectable baby. This was her and Mo Xiuyao's first child. Even though she had never been a mother, she knew that as a mother, she had to protect her child. Dr. Yang, how is it? After taking the pulse, Yili pulled back her wrist and asked the young doctor in front of her. Dr. Yang respectfully said, it's nothing serious. However, this lowly official will say the same thing. Wang Fei, please do not overexert yourself. Otherwise, even if there is no danger, it will not be good for the little Shitzi in your womb. Yili nodded and said, I will remember doctor's words. Thank you for your trouble. In that case, this lowly official will go and adjust Wang Fei's meals. Dr. Yang bowed his head and left. Chapter 354. After the doctor left, Zhuijing and the others finally raised their heads to look worriedly at Yili. Zhuijing frowned and said, Wang Fei, for the sake of little Shitzi, Wang Fei should rest more. The others nodded. Yili grimaced and said helplessly, how can I be negligent now? But you will have to work harder. The sooner you can take charge, the more free I will be. Zhuijing lowered his head in shame. This subordinate is useless. Yili waved her hand and said with a smile, it's not that you are useless. It is difficult for anyone to take charge in just 2 or 3 months. You have already done very well. Zhuijing was speechless and glanced at Yili. The few of them had followed Princess Consort since the beginning. It seemed that nothing could trouble Princess Consort since the beginning. Compared to Wang Fei, how could they, as grown men, not be incompetent? Many times, he couldn't help but wonder if Wang Fei was a genius or if the Su family really taught her well. Wang Fei, there is a Mr. Han outside the Fu asking for an audience. The guard outside the door came in to report. Mr. Han. Yili stilled and quickly reacted. Han Mingxi? Quick, invite him in. A short while later, Han Mingxi stepped into the study. He was still wearing a grand dark red robe. After not seeing him for a few months, his originally seductive features had changed slightly. He now had a hint of the sharpness and decisiveness of a person in a high position. But when he saw Yili, he still had a trace of a wicked smile. His voice was deep and lingering. Junwei, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. Yili looked at the handsome man in front of her and sighed softly. Mingxi, why have you come? Han Mingxi walked into the study and smiled helplessly. I heard that Junwei led an army as Ding country Wang Fei and defeated Genom of Gojoseon of Xiling. Isn't that awe-inspiring? No matter what, I should come and see the elegance of the Ding Wang Fei, right? Her slightly raised peach blossom eyes stared at Yili, not concealing the bit of anger in her eyes. Knowing that he was concerned about her, Yili smiled and said, what awe-inspiring? I had no choice. And it wasn't me who beat up Genom of Gojoseon of West Hill. The situation in the Northwest is not easy recently. If you had come a little later, I might have been the one who was beaten up. Han Mingxi snorted softly and glanced at Zhuijing and the others who appeared to be busy but were actually eavesdropping. He said, where is your Prince Ding? Isn't he known as the god of war? What kind of man is he to throw his wife into the battlefield and charge into the enemy lines? Mingxi? Yili looked at him with a smile. I know you care about me as a friend, but in this situation, no matter how powerful Xiuyao is, He can't split himself. Han Mingxi sneered and turned his head to ignore her. But when he heard Yili defend Emo Xiao, his clear and handsome eyes darkened slightly. Yili saw Han Mingxi's dejection, but since some things were destined, they shouldn't be tangled up. If one was indecisive, it would hurt others and oneself in the end. She stood up and said with a smile, "You came at the right time. Hangzhou is not bad now. Why don't you rest for a while, and we can talk about it tomorrow? Oh, right. Master Mingyue is also in the Fu right now. You should go and see him." When she mentioned Han Mingyue, Han Mingxi was startled again, and his expression was complicated. Every time he thought of his older brother who had raised him since he was young, Han Mingxi felt angry and helpless. The kindness of raising him and teaching him was not something that could be resolved with a word of severing ties. Han Mingxi respected his older brother even more than his parents, who had passed away early. The reason why he was so against Han Mingyue taking action against Yili was because of his friendship with Yili, but it was more because he understood that it was not worth it for his older brother to betray his brother and go against the Ding Palace for such a woman. It was a dead end. And now, the same reason why Han Mingxi came all the way to Hangzhou, other than because Yili was here, it was also because he had received the news that Han Mingyue had been captured. Hearing Yili's words, he knew that Han Mingyue was not doing badly. At the same time, he also understood that Yili could let Han Mingyue go so easily because of him. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. "Junwei, thank you." Yili smiled faintly. "What are you thanking for?" Han Mingyue had made a deal with Xiao Yao. Since Xiao Yao spared his life, there is no difference between letting him live a better or worse life. You brothers have not seen each other for a long time. Go and take a look. Han Mingxi nodded and turned to leave the study. In the small courtyard, Han Mingyue sat leisurely in the corridor, looking at the withered chrysanthemum with only a few petals left. But his expression was not as relaxed as his sitting posture. His handsome brows were slightly wrinkled, and from time to time, he would look at a closed window not far away. His handsome face was filled with worry. "Big brother?" Han Mingxi's voice came from the corner. Han Mingyue was startled for a moment. He turned back to look at his younger brother whom he had not seen for a long time and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Mingxi's qigong is getting better and better. I didn't even notice it." Han Mingyue looked at him for a while before slowly saying, "Big brother, I did not use qigong. You were the one who did not hear my footsteps." Following his gaze, although they had just entered Hangzhou City, Han Mingxi had already figured out the whole story of how Han Mingyue had been captured by Yili naturally. He also knew what kind of person could make his elder brother so worried. He frowned in disgust and said, "Big brother is still stubborn?" Han Mingyue looked at him quietly. After a long time, he chuckled and said, "If you can understand, then how can it be called stubborn? Mingxi, after not seeing you for a while, you have grown up." Han Mingxi's face stiffened, and he uncomfortably turned his head away. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Since he was young, he had been mischievous and willful. He always saw his elder brother helplessly shake his head at him. Now that he suddenly heard his elder brother's praise, he was somewhat unable to regain his senses, but also very happy. But when he thought of the price he had to pay for growing up these days, Han Mingxi's life was not as comfortable as others imagined. When he first took over the Han family, it was when the world knew that Han Mingyue had defected to West Hill. Even with the protection of the Ding King's mansion, he still spent a lot of energy and thought to stabilize the Han family's foundation. Moreover, the Ding King's mansion had many capable people. How could they easily submit to a yellow-haired boy who had just submitted to the Prince Ding mansion? These days could be said to be the most fulfilling days that Han Mingxi had lived in the past 20 years. Han Mingyue naturally did not know that Han Mingxi had suffered. Although she felt guilty, she was also gratified that her younger brother was able to pull through. Furthermore, he was able to shoulder the burden of the entire Han family and was not implicated by her. She reached out and patted Han Mingxi's shoulder, softly saying, "It's been hard on you. Are you still blaming your elder brother?" Han Mingxi's eyes were hot, but he stubbornly turned his face away. When his emotions had calmed down, He turned his head to gaze at Han Mingyue and asked, Junwei has already told me about your deal with Prince Ding. What does elder brother plan to do in the future? Han Mingyue smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid that there is no place for us in the Dechu State and West Hill. When all of this is over, I will take Zui Dai to live in seclusion in Nanzhao. Han Mingyue looked at him steadily and asked, You're so sure that Zui Dai will go with you? Elder brother, to be honest, in terms of choosing women, you and Prince Ding are not just a little bit different. Chapter 355. Han Mingyue said with a smile, If I had the same taste as Prince Ding, my life would be even more difficult now. So, Mingxi, if you can stay away from Princess Ding. Men can be unreasonable when they get jealous. Han Mingxi was a little embarrassed when his big brother saw through his thoughts. Thinking about it again, he felt that his big brother's words made some sense. His big brother had taken a fancy to Su Zuidi. If he really wanted her, there might be a way to get her. But a woman like Yuli, glaring hatefully at Han Mingyue, who changed the topic, he said, I know what I'm doing, but I'll give you a piece of advice. You and I both know what kind of woman Su Zuidi is. If you really want her to follow you obediently, why don't you try my method? Han Mingyue looked at him curiously with raised eyebrows. Han Mingxi sneered and said with a malicious smile, If you destroy her face, she will naturally follow you obediently. But big brother, do you really love Su Zuidi, or do you only love her face? Han Mingyue was silent. Did he love Su Zuidi as a person or her face? He himself might not be able to say it clearly. The person he loved. After so many years, he still didn't know that personality and that heart were not what he liked at all. Love that face? Su Zuidi was indeed very beautiful. But the world was so big that it was not impossible to find one or two women who could be compared to her. He only knew that year, when he saw that stunning woman among the falling petals for the first time in the peach blossom forest, he sank into a deep dream and never woke up. Looking at Han Mingyue, who was still in a daze, Han Mingxi secretly sighed. How did his elder brother, whom he had once been so proud of, fall into the hands of a woman like Su Zuidi, who only had looks? Thinking of his elder brother's resolute departure in Guangling back then, thinking of how dejected he was when Su Zuidi abandoned his elder brother back then, thinking of how he was now trapped with nothing, Han Mingxi's slightly narrowed eyes overflowed with a bit of murderous intent. Han Mingyue frowned slightly and looked at Han Mingxi. Mingxi, don't hurt her. Big brother is begging you. Han Mingxi looked at his elder brother's pleading face and felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Mr. Mingyu was like the bright moon and unparalleled romantic. But now, he was begging him, the disreputable hedonistic son of Mr. Fengyu, for the sake of a woman. At this moment, Han Mingxi finally understood something that was already set in stone. The world would never see that cultured and elegant young Master Mingyu again. Big brother, do you really not regret it? Han Mingxi asked. Han Mingyue smiled faintly and remained silent. Now, it was too late for regrets. After a long time, Han Mingxi finally gave up. Nodding, he turned around and said, All right, I understand. Big brother, take care of yourself. If one day you are killed by that woman, I will kill her and bury her with you. Han Mingyue silently watched her brother turn and leave. In the end, she didn't say anything more. Although he had left behind a terrible mess, Mingxi had ultimately relied on herself to survive. As for him, he turned around and looked at the woman in white who was walking towards him. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Han Mingyue. Su Zuidi walked lightly to the corridor and looked at Han Mingyue, who was leaning against a pillar. Her expression was gloomy and her exquisite face was filled with displeasure. When exactly can we leave this damned place? Su Zuidi felt like she was going crazy. She had never regretted agreeing to Genom of Gojoseon to return to the Chu state to seduce Mo Xiaoyao so much. It was fine that she didn't succeed in seducing Mo Xiaoyao. These days, she had been moving around with the army. She had been eating plain tea and wearing the most ordinary clothes. The worst thing was that she couldn't stop to rest whenever she wanted to. Every day was exhausting. After finally arriving in Hangzhou, She originally thought that she could live a more comfortable life. However, Yili had people shove her into this small, simple courtyard and no longer cared about her. Other than the people who brought her food every day, there weren't even any maids to serve her. This made Suzui's patience reach its limit. In fact, what Suzui didn't know was that the reason why there weren't any maids or servants in this courtyard wasn't because Yili deliberately mistreated her. It was because Han Mingyue had dismissed all the people she sent. Therefore, Suzui had to wash herself every day, tidy up her own room, and even wash her own clothes. Seeing Suzui's impatience and anger, Han Mingyue felt as if her heart was being stabbed by a blunt knife. She frowned and recalled Han Mingxi's words. She faintly lowered her eyes and asked, "Leave here? Where do you want to go?" "Back to Shilling, of course." Not noticing Han Mingyue's expression, Suzui answered matter-of-factly, "I want to return to the palace. I can't stand this damned place anymore." Han Mingyue looked up at her with a calm expression. "You don't want to take revenge on Princess Ding?" Suzui was startled and frowned with some hesitation. Of course she wanted to take revenge on Yili. She wanted to even in her dreams. But she wasn't a fool. As long as Emo Xiaoyao was still alive, she wouldn't dare to take revenge on Yili. She grew up with Emo Xiaoyao. She could look down on any man in this world, but she definitely wouldn't dare to look down on Emo Xiaoyao. Looking at Han Mingyue, Suzui gently bit the corner of her lips and asked, "You said you would help me. Is that true?" Han Mingyue looked at her and didn't say anything. Suzui took his reaction as a tacit agreement. Her eyes wandered and her slender hand pressed against Han Mingyue's chest. Her voice was gentle and moving. "Mingyue, can you help me? Help me kill Xiaoyao." Han Mingyue's heart turned cold. He lowered his head and looked at the woman leaning against his chest. She had a face that was as otherworldly as a fairy from the ninth heaven, but the words that came out of her cherry mouth made people shudder. "I thought you couldn't forget Xiaoyao?" Suzui didn't care at all and said with a faint smile, "Of course I can't forget Xiaoyao. Even if he dies, I won't forget him in this life." "Mingyue, do you still remember Xiaoyao's appearance in the Chu capital? At that time, I knew that there wouldn't be a man more outstanding than him in this world. Unfortunately, at that time, he was only the second young master of the Ding Palace, Prince Ding's younger brother. If there wasn't a Mo Xiaowen, then it would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, even though he's already Prince Ding now, I can no longer see the elegant appearance that was famous in the Chu capital." Hearing Suzui's words that seemed to be talking to herself, Han Mingyue's heart suddenly jumped. He stood blankly in the corridor and didn't have the slightest reaction to the warm and fragrant jade in his arms, as if he had sunk into some kind of thought. Suzui also didn't really want Han Mingyue to express her opinion. She only continued with a smile. "Originally, I thought that perhaps one day, Xiaoyao and I could still be together. But after this reunion, I finally understood. Xiaoyao has already been seduced by that slut Yili. You've also seen how ruthless he is to me. Since I can't have him, then that slut Yili can also forget about having him." Speaking to hear, Suzui's beautiful face had already become distorted because of the resentment on her face. She raised her head and looked at Han Mingyue with eyes full of tenderness and affection. "Mingyue, help me kill Emo Xiaoyao. Help me kill Emo Xiaoyao, and I'll be yours." Han Mingyue's eyes were empty and blank. "Kill Emo Xiaoyao." Chapter 356. Suzui nodded and said softly, "You know, I only like the strongest man in the world. Kill Emo Xiaoyao, to prove that you are the strongest man in the world." Han Mingyue was silent for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Do you want to come with me? You want to see Emo Xiaoyao die with your own eyes." Suzui's eyes flashed and she smiled sweetly. "I'll wait for you in the Emperor of Shilling City. Bring Emo Xiaoyao's head to me. Then we can be together forever." Han Mingyue stared at her until Suzui couldn't maintain the smile on her lips. Then he slowly pulled her hand away and turned to walk into the depths of the courtyard. Suzui was startled and looked at Han Mingyue's back in confusion. She was too used to Han Mingyue's demands. In fact, Han Mingyue had never really refused her. Even when she left him for the Western Tomb, no matter how cold Han Mingyue was to her, as long as she asked, Han Mingyue would definitely do it for her. But this time, she suddenly felt a little uncertain. Mingyue. Han Mingyue turned back, his handsome face full of exhaustion. Zuidi, have you thought about what would happen if I went to kill Xiuyao? He was no longer the Han Mingyue who controlled the Tianyi Pavilion. Even when he was at the peak of his power, he didn't have the confidence to say that he could kill Han Mingyue. Su Zuidi frowned slightly, then smiled and said, I know this is very dangerous. Mingyue, I will naturally find someone to help you. Han Mingyue was unmoved. Do you know what will happen to the Dechu state if Mo Xiuyao dies? Su Zuidi frowned unhappily. What does the Dechu state have to do with us? Mingyue, are you going to help me or not? Han Mingyue shook his head heavily. Seeing Su Zuidi's expression suddenly change, he glared at her and cursed her for being useless, then turned and left. Seeing her leave without hesitation, Han Mingyue sighed. If he agreed, not to mention assassinating Mo Xiuyao, whether they could survive the night would be a problem. This was the woman he loved? The white figure was no longer in the corridor, Han Mingyue thought bitterly. In the study of the governor's office, almost all the generals of the Maoist army in the northwest, except for those who were leading the troops outside, had come. Yili sat in a comfortable chair, smiling as she listened to the general report on the situation of the war in the past few days. Although most of the generals who stayed in the northwest were relatively young, and almost none of them were famous, the southern Marquis, who was considered dead by outsiders, stayed. Marquis Nan's experience were not comparable to the average young general. Although he could not go to the battlefield openly, he had taught Yili a lot of knowledge about marching and fighting. At the same time, he had taken a lot of pressure off her. 3 of the 11 cities in the northwest are in the hands of the West Hill. 2 of them are being fought over repeatedly. The other 6 cities are completely in the hands of our army. Princess, please give us your orders. Yili nodded with satisfaction. You have all worked hard to peacefully control the cities that were originally in the hands of the imperial court's garrison to the Maoist army. The effort spent was definitely not less than fighting against the West Hill people. In this way, the situation in the northwest was finally in the hands of the Maoist army. Even if the West Hill sent more troops to the northwest, they had enough room to deal with it. They did not have to worry about being attacked from the front and back and being schemed against by Mo Jingqi's people. Everyone stood up and said they did not dare. Yili smiled and looked at Marquis Nan, who was drinking tea. She asked, Marquis, what do you think about the upcoming war? Marquis Nan bowed to Yili and said, the Northwest is about to enter winter. If the West Hill people do not want to waste time with us until next spring, I am afraid that they will intensify their attacks. I think that we do not need to be polite to them. We must fight back fiercely. The Northwest is one of the 3 granaries of the Dechu state. If we continue to fight after spring, I am afraid that it will affect the people's farming. Marquis Nan was modest. He called himself a subordinate to a young woman like Yili. This already showed his current attitude. On the other hand, Marquis Nan was very satisfied with Yili's performance. This Princess Ding was not like other women who were arrogant or greedy for power. She was even more like someone who pretended to know what she did not know. She was very clear that she was not good at mobilizing troops on a large scale, so she was never stingy with asking for the opinions of her subordinates. A true commander did not need to be able to charge and break through enemy lines. He did not even need to be able to arrange troops. He only needed to be able to make good use of capable people and be able to make the right choice at the crucial moment. No wonder Du Qua praised Princess Ding so much. In Marquis Nan's view, although Princess Ding was a woman, she already had the air of a ruler. Yili nodded and said, Marquis Nan is very thoughtful. I am also very worried about this matter. Since that is the case, everyone should speak their own thoughts. In reality, Yili was not only worried about the problem of next year's spring plowing in the northwest. Although the Maoist army and the imperial court had not officially fallen out, everyone knew that regardless of the final result of this battle, the balance between the Ding Palace and the Dechu state's imperial family that had been maintained for more than 100 years would no longer exist. If the Mahist army was defeated, then there would naturally be no Ding Palace in the world. If they won, then Mo Jingqi would probably take advantage of the Mahist army's exhaustion from the battle to cause a great disaster. Therefore, Yili was very clear in her heart that the Northwest was not as simple as driving out the Wiling people. She also had to protect the entire Northwest for Mo Xiaoyao and ensure that this land was in the hands of the Mahist army. This was because it was very likely to become the Mahist army's last retreat. Therefore, they needed to pay more attention to food. These days, the Mahist army had been fighting and stopping. It was almost as if they were just delaying the footsteps of the Xiling army. There were almost no truly spectacular battles. Therefore, the soldiers were fighting very sullenly. They had long been ready to give the West Hill people a head-on blow. At this time, when they heard Yili's words, they suddenly became excited and began to talk about their own opinions. Suddenly, the whole study became noisy. Han Mingxi sat in the corner and quietly looked at the woman who was sitting leisurely in front of him and seriously listening to the general's opinions. He naturally could not get a word in such a purely military meeting. He only sat quietly and looked at Yi Li's elegant face with an indifferent and calm smile. From time to time, she would express her own views and opinions to everyone's opinions. For some reason, Han Mingxi's thoughts gradually drifted back to when he had first met Yi Li a long time ago. At that time, the elegant youth dressed in men's clothing overlapped with the woman who calmly controlled hundreds of thousands of troops in front of him. Han Mingxi suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If at that time, the thought in his heart had only appeared, Han Mingxi smiled bitterly and shook his head to get rid of the absurd thought in his heart. Even if they had known each other earlier, Junwei would not have chosen him. Clear? Han Mingxi came back to his senses. He blinked and found that the noisy study had quieted down. The generals who had finished the meeting had all left. Only Zhu Jing and Wei Lin were still sorting out the files in the side hall not far away. Yili looked at him with a smile and said, "What are you thinking about? It's rare to see you in a trance." Han Mingxi smiled and looked at her up and down. He said, "The war is coming.
You're different now.
Will there be any problem?" Yili was stunned. She unconsciously stroked her flat belly and smiled. "Feng Xin told you?" Han Mingxi nodded and asked, "Can I know?" Chapter 357. Yili shook her head. "It's not a secret. It's just that it wouldn't be good if news of the battle between the two armies were to spread. You don't have to worry, I'm in good health. Moreover, I don't need to personally charge into battle." Han Mingxi glanced at her and said, "If you still want to charge into battle, you'll scare Feng San to death." Mo Xiaoyao had not only left Feng Jiao behind to assist Yili in battle, but more importantly, Feng Jiao could be said to be Mo Xiaoyao's most trusted subordinate. The main reason for leaving him behind was to comfort Yi Li. Yili smiled and sighed softly. "I hope this battle can end soon." Han Mingxi said, "I can't help you much. If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word." Yili looked at him and smiled. "I really do have something I need your help with." After saying this, she took out a file from the bookshelf behind her and handed it to Han Mingxi. "You and Lung Hao, you aren't here. Originally, I could only delay this plan. But now that you're here, you can take a look." Han Mingxi took the sealed file and flipped through it. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Is it worth it for you to do so much for Mo Xiaoyao?" Yili smiled faintly. "I'm the emperor's consort, so I'm bound to him for good or ill. How can it be considered as doing it for him?" Han Mingxi's expression changed. After a while, he sighed and said, "I understand. I will take care of this matter. This is also good for the Han family, isn't it?" Yili smiled faintly. "It's been hard on you. I thought we were friends." Yili smiled. "Yes, of course we are friends." At the beginning of October, Genom King of Gojoseon personally led 200,000 soldiers to attack Hangzhou. The Mahist army also fought with all their strength. It had been nearly 3 months since the start of the war in the northwest. This time, it was a real fight to the death. It also made the West Hill soldiers understand that the soldiers of the Dechu state were not as weak and useless as they had imagined. The Mahist army that had protected the Dechu state for hundreds of years was still a bloodthirsty sword. Originally, the difference in manpower between the two armies was not too big. However, unlike the Shilling army, which focused on attacking one place, the Mahist army had to defend the entire northwest. Therefore, the Shilling army still had the advantage in terms of numbers. Although the Shilling army was moving slowly, they still continued to move forward and gradually approached Hangzhou City. The originally peaceful Hangzhou City seemed to have become restless due to the impending storm. Many wealthy merchants and commoners brought their families and left Hangzhou City. The city was no longer as lively and peaceful as it used to be. Instead, it was a solemn and gloomy atmosphere before a great war. On the city tower, Yili leaned against the city wall and sat quietly. The warm early winter sun shone on her light green cloak. It was so comfortable that it made one feel drowsy. Yili had a set of chess pieces placed in front of her. She held a black piece in one hand and slowly pondered. The surrounding soldiers who were guarding the city gate tower looked from afar and felt a sense of tranquility and stability. Han Mingyue stepped onto the city tower and looked at the woman leaning against the city wall in deep thought. He was speechless for a long time. Yili raised her head and smiled at him. "Master Mingyue, is something the matter?" Han Mingyue silently walked to her and sat down. He stared at the chessboard for a long time before asking, "What do you plan to do?" Yili raised her eyes and asked in confusion, "What plans?" Han Mingyue frowned and said, "The 200,000 soldiers of Genom of Gojoseon are approaching Hangzhou. Don't tell me you don't know." Seeing Han Mingyue lose his composure, Yili smiled and said, "Master Mingyue, don't worry. Even if Hangzhou City is breached, I will send someone to escort you and Miss Su out of here before that happens." Han Mingyue stared at her and said in a low voice, "You have already predicted that Hangzhou City will be breached." Yili shook her head and said, "No, Hangzhou City will not be breached. Hangzhou City is the last pass in the northwest of Dechu State. Behind it is the flat land of the Central Plains and the hundreds of thousands of Mahist army that is currently fighting. Even if the 200,000 Mahist army in the northwest all die in battle, Hangzhou will not fall into the hands of the West Hill." Once Hangzhou was breached, it meant that they had left the backs of the hundreds of thousands of Mahist army in the pass to the West Hill. The consequences would be unimaginable. Han Mingyue raised his eyebrows and looked at the quiet woman in front of him in confusion. Although he did not know much about the art of war, he was good at analyzing information and could understand some things. "If you don't want Hangzhou to fall, why did you let the Shilling army continue to advance? Although the Mahist army has been wearing down the strength of the Shilling army, they have not really risked their lives. You don't have to hide it from me. Although the Tianyi Pavilion has not participated in the wars of other countries before, it does not mean that we have not studied it." The reason why the Mahist army was able to intimidate other countries was not only because of the prince who had ruled the country for generations, but also because of his excellent command of the army. The Mahist army's bravery and courage to advance, without fear of death, was more important. There were many historical records of the Mahist army's deeds. In order to defend an unimportant small city, they could all die in battle and would not retreat even half a step. In order to capture a pass, they could attack day and night. Even if there were piles of corpses under the city, they would not waver at all. The Mahist army today may be brave enough in the eyes of outsiders, but it was definitely not their true level. Yili casually threw down the chess piece in her hand and looked at the handsome man in front of her with a faint smile. "Young Master Mingyue, are you worried about the Mahist army?" Han Mingyue paused and said indifferently, "Mingxi is my brother. I have to know if he can survive with the Prince Ding mansion." Clapping her hands, Yili stood up and said with a faint smile, "Young Master Mingyue, you don't have to worry about this. I know what to do." Han Mingyue said coldly, "I don't see what you know. The Mahist army clearly has the ability to block the Shilling army outside of Hangzhou."
No.
Yili shook her head and looked at Han Mingyue seriously. "The Mahist army does have the ability to temporarily block the Shilling army. But it is only temporary. Young Master Ming, you should know that the Shilling army invading the Chu state this time is only about 500,000. But the Shilling army is more than 5 million. The Shilling people are brave and can recruit soldiers at any time. They don't need much training and can recruit at least 1 million people in a short time. At that time, even if the Mahist army can fight against 10 people, they won't be able to resist so many people. And the Shilling people are not weak. In these days of battles, 2 of our people can at most exchange for 3 of their people. Han Mingyue frowned and said, if that's the case, won't you be inviting a wolf into the house by letting them into Hangzhou? Yi Li's smile was faint and cold, like the frost on the branches in the winter morning. Genom of Gojoseon won't send reinforcements to the northwest for a while. Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Now the whole world knows that the commander of the Northwest Mahist army is me, a woman who is not even 18 years old. If Genom of Gojoseon still wants to send reinforcements from the Shilling, even if he wins, his reputation will be completely destroyed. A Shilling war god who had fought for decades, and a teenage girl who had never been on the battlefield. If Genom of Gojoseon still wanted to send reinforcements, it would be tantamount to admitting to the whole world that Lei Jinting was not only inferior to Mo Lufang, but also to Mo Liufang's daughter-in-law. From then on, the name of Genom of Gojoseon would become a laughingstock. Chapter 358. You plan to. The smile on Yi Li's face gradually faded. She tilted her head to look at the wilderness in the distance and said indifferently, I want the 200,000 soldiers of Shilling to stay in the northwest. Han Mingyue's heart shook. He could clearly hear the unconcealed killing intent and bloodthirst in Yi Li's words. You want the 200,000 soldiers of Shilling to stay in the northwest. How can you dare to think like this? For the first time in his life, Han Mingyue clearly felt his voice tremble. Wanting to annihilate the entire 200,000 Shilling army, these words, how could a woman who had never been on the battlefield say it? No, perhaps it was because she had never been on the battlefield that she could say such arrogant words. Yi Li leaned against the city wall and looked at him with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare? These days, the Shilling army has been fighting for days. At most, no more than 100,000 have been able to reach Hangzhou City. This city will become the final place to bury them. Han Mingyue shuddered unconsciously, but a fiery feeling rose in her chest involuntarily. Looking steadily at Yi Li, Han Mingyue said, Now I finally understand why Xiaoyao likes you. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. Han Mingyue said with some nostalgia, I still remember that year, when Xiaoyao first went to the battlefield. He was only 13 or 14 years old. He said that as long as he was given 3 or 4 years, he might be able to sweep through Nanzhao and bring peace to the south of the Chu state for 100 years. It's a pity. Hearing his words, Yi Li seemed to be in a good mood. She said with a smile, That's why I am Princess Ding, Genom of Gojoseon. After hiding for so long, this consort is also looking forward to this battle. Late at night in a certain commander's tent in the Mahist army camp, the candles were still quietly burning. Mo Xiaoyao sat behind his desk and looked at the booklet in his hand. His brows furrowed from time to time. Mo Jingqi's determination to destroy the Mahist army was not to be underestimated. These days, the 500,000 Mahist army had to face more than 800,000 enemies on the surface. Including the enemies in the dark, a conservative estimate was around 1 million. Even though Mo Xiaoyao was a genius at war, this situation still put a lot of pressure on him. Not only did they have to divide their forces to deal with the armies from Nanzhao, Shilling, and the Li King, they also had to keep Mo Jingqi at bay. In less than a month, Mo Xiaoyao had actually lost a lot of weight compared to when he was sick. Prince Ajin, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared at the door. His young face was still as silent as usual. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and asked, Has the battle report from the northwest come? Ajin nodded and handed the battle report he had just received to Mo Xiaoyao. No matter how late it was, the prince always insisted on reading the battle report from the northwest every day before he could rest. Ajin, who knew this, was used to immediately sending the news to the prince every day for him to look over. Emo Xiuyao reached out to take the report. He lowered his head to look and couldn't help but frown. The news that the Mahist army had retreated all the way to Hangzhou made him frown deeply. This did not seem like something the Mahist army was used to doing. Also, the Shilling army was not powerful enough to make the Mahist army retreat at such a speed. Looking at the casualty figures on the battle report, Emo Xiuyao rubbed his forehead. Is this Li Li's idea? What are you thinking about, Li Li? After thinking for a moment, Emo Xiuyao raised his head and said, Bring me all the battle reports from the past few days and the maps. Jin was a little surprised to see his lord suddenly stand up with a change in expression. He hurriedly responded and hurriedly turned to get the things that Emo Xiuyao wanted. Jin moved quickly. Soon, the maps and battle reports that Emo Xiuyao wanted were placed in front of him. Emo Xiuyao carefully picked up each battle report and pondered over every word. He looked at the map from time to time and then fell into deep thought. Prince, Jin called out worriedly. The prince's complexion was not too good. Emo Xiuyao lowered his eyes. His expression was bitter and helpless. Li Li. Emo Xiuyao looked at the map filled with markings in front of him and felt very conflicted. He understood Yi Li's plan and her intentions, but it was because of this that he felt exceptionally pained. His beloved wife, his Li Li, should have been the princess consort of Ding who was envied by everyone. But now, she could only lead thousands of soldiers and horses in a bloody storm in a desolate place like the Northwest. All of this was because of his incompetence. Cut off the Shilling army and the Shilling border guards pity, wipe out 200,000 Shilling army. Li Li, Li Li. Emo Xiuyao's heart suddenly seemed to be pulled by something. It was so painful that he could not breathe. Emo Xiuyao's heart jumped when he finally calmed his churning thoughts. Li Li's plan may be good, but Shilling Genom of Gojoseon was not an ordinary person. If he saw through Li Li's plan, suddenly standing up, Emo Xiuyao said in a low voice, Go prepare the horses. I need to go out. The generals will be in charge of the army for now. Jin stilled and looked in confusion at Emo Xiuyao. It was already the middle of the night. Why would the prince suddenly want to go out? Looking at the files and maps spread out on the table, perhaps something had happened to the princess consort? Jin did not accept the order and said in a low voice, Prince, it will be the 15th of the month soon. What if you're on the way? Furthermore, the war is urgent right now, so it's not appropriate for you to leave so suddenly. Emo Xiuyao lowered his eyes and recalled that today was already the 13th of October. No matter what, it was impossible for him to reach Hong province within 2 days. And the important matters in the army needed to be dealt with. After thinking for a while, Emo Xiuyao quickly came back to his senses and said, Tomorrow morning, inform all the generals above the rank of general to come see I. Also, inform Emo Hua to immediately take people to the northwest to protect the princess consort. If necessary, take the princess consort away from the battlefield at all costs. Set out immediately. Yes, Prince. Jin answered and left. Emo Xiuyao weakly fell back into the chair and murmured in a low voice, Li Li, you have to be safe. The war in the northwest seemed to have been suppressed for too long and finally exploded in an instant. After entering Hangzhou, Genom of Gojoseon quickly found that the Mahist army's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The speed at which they wanted to advance was getting slower and slower. Looking at the distant Hangzhou, Genom of Gojoseon's gloomy face never saw a clear sky again. He knew that he had been tricked by Yi Li and lured to the northwest. But so what? Even if the Shilling army lost soldiers and generals, the Mahist army would not fare better than them. He did not believe that he would lose to a woman if they had the same number of soldiers. And time did not allow him to stop and wait for the reinforcements from the Shilling border to arrive. He had to take Hangzhou as quickly as possible and control the northwest to open a path for the incoming reinforcements. At the same time, he had to prepare to enter the Dechu state. Prince, most of the Mahist army has already retreated to Hangzhou. They should be prepared to defend Hangzhou to the death. Genom of Gojoseon raised his eyebrows and smiled. I thought that Yi Li had some great move. defending Hangzhou to the death. Can she defend for 10 days or half a month? By the time our army arrives, how many days will she be able to endure in Hangzhou city? His subordinate advised, Prince, do not lower your guard. Yili used only 20,000 soldiers to defend Everlasting Forest at Shattered Snow Pass. She really cannot be underestimated. Jeonnam of Gojoseon put away his smile and said calmly, I naturally will not underestimate Yili. Take Hangzhou as quickly as possible. Of course, he would not underestimate her. He would use all his strength to take Hangzhou. Underestimating the enemy was not a mistake that people his age would make. Thinking of that seemingly graceful and elegant woman, he was really curious. When he took Hangzhou and stood in front of her, would she still be able to maintain her composure? Chapter 359. On the 13th of the 10th month, the Shilling army finally arrived at the city gates, and Hangzhou city was met with an unprecedented fierce attack. But at the same time, the Shilling army also met with a stubborn resistance that they had never faced before. On top of the city walls, the Black Cloud cavalry shot arrows at the invaders like rain, but the people below the city walls also charged forward without any regard for their own safety. Jeonnam of Gojoseon rode his horse behind the Shilling army. He could vaguely see a woman in green sitting at the highest point of the city walls, calmly looking down at the battle below. Behind a woman in green, a few tall men stood with their hands behind their backs, also watching this battle. From afar, Jeonnam of Gojoseon could still recognize that the handsome man in red was Prince Ding's trusted aide, Feng Jiao. Seeing his opponent sitting so leisurely on the high platform, Jeonnam of Gojoseon's eyes revealed a murderous aura. He was so angry that he laughed. What a great imperial concubine! On the high platform, Yili also looked at a place behind the Shilling army from afar. She turned around and smiled at Feng Jiao. Feng-san, this is the first time we are fighting against Jeonnam of Gojoseon face-to-face, right? Feng Jiao rolled his eyes in boredom, isn't it? Before, we were either playing tricks or retreating while fighting. If we continue to fight like this, people will start to suspect that our Mahist army only knows how to retreat. Hearing Feng Jiao's resentful complaints, Yili smiled and said, if that's the case, then we should celebrate. After saying this, Yili turned around and took the pipa from Qin Feng's hands. She lightly played it, and a clear melody flowed out from between her fingers. Yili smiled faintly, her 10 fingers nimbly dancing on the pipa. The sound of the pipa gradually grew louder and louder, gradually spreading throughout the entire battlefield. The soldiers who were fighting did not have the time to appreciate the majestic music. Even the slightest mistake on the battlefield could cost them their lives. However, that seemingly gloomy yet seemingly high-spirited voice clearly reached the ears of every soldier. The Mahist army's officers and soldiers seemed to recall the past glory of the Mahist army. It was as if they saw the heroic and domineering prince of the past leading them to charge and break through enemy lines. Expel the bandits and revive the spirit of our Mahist army. Not only did someone shout this, but the people on the battlefield immediately became murderous.
Kill.
Standing beside Yili, Feng Jiao's expression changed slightly as he said, this is the song of King Yu breaking the battle formation. Yili did not reply. Her 10 fingers flew swiftly as she played a string of majestic, murderous notes. Yili had been raised by the Su family and the Su family since she was a child. How could she not know music? She just didn't like it. This song of entering the battle formation was originally a Guqin song. It was majestic, simple, and elegant, with an ancient style. However, Yili felt that it was more suitable to be played by a pipa. Just like the ambush from her previous life, other instruments might be able to play it, but it would definitely be difficult to achieve the effect of a pipa. A pipa's fingering and range was very suitable for such an intense and majestic song. Feng Jiao clearly did not expect Yili to reply. He only said softly, the song of King Yu breaking the battle formation has been lost for more than 200 years. Probably only the Su family would have such an ancient score. When two armies fought, it was said that the courageous would win. When the Mahist army soldiers were murderous because of their Wangfei, the West Hill soldiers were weaker in comparison. In the distance, the Shilling army's banner flew out. Genum of Gojoseon stared dazedly at the figure in green in the distance, his eyes bright. The general beside him whispered, "Prince, the Mahist army is in full swing.
Why don't we avoid them first?"
It had to be said that the Wangfei of Dinghua was indeed a talent. Just a piece of pipa music could raise the momentum of the entire Mahist army to a new level. Genum of Gojoseon looked up to the sky and laughed. He pointed the horsewhip in his hand to the highest point on the city wall and laughed loudly. This kind of woman is interesting. Compared to her, all the beauties in the world are trash. Haha, whoever dares to retreat will be killed. This woman, I must have her. The general beside him nodded and did not dare to persuade him again. Genum of Gojoseon smiled and said, "I heard that Imo Xiaoyao is a genius in arranging troops. But I don't know if there is anyone in the Mahist army who can break the array now that Imo Xiaoyao is not in the army." Genum of Gojoseon obviously also recognized that the song just now was the song of King Yu breaking the array. The West Hill and Eastern Chu came from the same source 1,000 years ago. Although many of their cultures were different, they were similar. With a wave of his hand, the war drums sounded behind him. Several soldiers waved the red flags in their hands. Soon, the West Hill soldiers' array began to change. Such changes could not be hidden from Yi Li and the others who were looking down from above. Feng Jiao frowned and looked at the changes below. He said, "Six-flower array." "No. What's the difference?" The West Hill soldiers below the city wall quickly formed a huge array that was circular on the inside and square on the outside. And this huge array was encased in countless small arrays. The Mahist army originally had fewer soldiers than the West Hill army. At this moment, they were as small as the ocean in the array. Feng Jiao snorted and waved his hand. A green flag appeared above the city wall. The Mahist army's array also changed. A huge black dragon occupied the entire battlefield. The domineering and arrogant dragon head was the most elite black cloud cavalry of the Mahist army. Wherever it went, no one dared to go against its sharp edge. When the black dragon swung its tail, the enemy's array could only be in disarray and on the verge of collapse. Behind the Shilling army, a small black flag rose. The six-flower array on the battlefield changed into a giant rock's sharp claws and quickly grabbed the black dragon's body. In an instant, the giant dragon was cut in two. "Damn it!" Feng Jiao cursed in a low voice. The flag on the city wall changed again. The giant dragon of the Mahist army immediately turned into countless black arrows and rushed towards the giant rock. Yi Li stood up and looked at the battle below the city wall. The so-called arrays of modern warfare had long been lost and were not really needed. So Yi Li was very unfamiliar with them. Although she had seen a lot of them in military books, she knew nothing about them in practice. At this moment, when she saw Feng Jiao commanding the army's array, she finally had some real ideas in her heart. At the same time, she lowered her head and thought of a way to break the array. Array formation was not a knowledge that could be mastered with just a little bit of knowledge. At the very least, it was very difficult for Yi Li, who is currently on the battlefield, to help Feng Jiao in this regard. Even if she could understand and come up with some ideas, she would definitely not be able to let the Mahist army under the city wall understand her intentions. Moreover, Yi Li was only a beginner in array formation. No matter what, she would not be so arrogant as to think that she could immediately go up and compete with Genum of Gojoseon, who is known as the war god of West Hill, to see who is better at array formations. Standing on a high place, Yi Li stared at the battlefield below without blinking. As expected, after a few changes in the array, the Mahist army's array gradually began to collapse and fall into the Shilling army's encirclement. "Princess." Qin Feng frowned and wanted to say something anxiously. He came from the Black Cloud Cavalry, but he was not the highest commander of the Black Cloud Cavalry. Cavalry also did not know much about arrays and were not proficient in them. But this did not stop him from seeing the fact that the Mahist army was gradually losing. Yi Li raised her hand to stop him from saying what he wanted to say. She lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, Feng San is indeed not Lei Jinting's match. Let's end it here today. This battle seemed intense, but in reality, neither side used their full strength. It was just a test. Qin Feng said, Our army has already fallen into the West Hills array. I fear it will not be so easy to get out. Princess, does Princess have a way to break the array? As if out of habit, Qin Feng looked hopefully at Yili. They had not followed Princess for long, but unconsciously, they all thought of Princess as an omnipotent genius. Yili shook her head and said with a smile, I really do not know much about arrays. Chapter 360. Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly dejected. No matter how powerful Wang Fei was, she was only in her teens. How could she know everything? Many generals might not be able to study it thoroughly even after spending decades. This time, the ones remaining by Wang Fei's side were all young generals. The only experienced Marquis, Nan, had been sent out by Wang Fei to carry out other missions. Also, in Qin Feng's view, even if Marquis Nan was here, he would not be able to defeat Genom of Gojoseon. Yili rubbed her fingers thoughtfully and smiled faintly. Since technology and intelligence cannot solve the problem, then we can only solve it with violence. Qin Feng stilled and did not understand Yi Li's meaning. He saw Yi Li slowly walk down the high platform and walk to Feng Jiao, who was watching the battle from the city wall. Before Qin Feng could think, a bright red flame rose into the sky with a sharp howl. Then an earth-shattering sound of horse hooves sounded from the southwest. Like a black tornado, it swept through the entire battlefield. At the same time, the Mahist army that had been split up by the Shilling army connected in an extremely short amount of time. They broke out from the enemy's belly and formed an even larger formation with their comrades around them. Like a sharp arrow, they drew a crack in the Shilling army's enormous formation. The Black Cloud cavalry that had just arrived did not remember to kill or leave. They moved back and forth on the battlefield and immediately tore the neat formation into pieces. After the Shilling army, where the middle army stood, the Shilling general looked at the sudden arrival of the Black Cloud cavalry and his expression changed. What kind of formation is this? Jinan Wang withdrew the smile on his face. He thoughtfully looked at the distant city wall and said, This isn't a formation. In front of absolute power, any formation was just empty talk. The Mahist army was slightly stronger than the Shilling army. What they lacked was military strength and truly skilled generals. If they wanted to compete with the Mahist army, they were prepared to pay the price. At this moment, with the addition of the Black Cloud cavalry, the outcome was hard to predict. The general beside him suggested, Should we let the army at the back press forward and completely annihilate the Mo army outside the city? The South Protecting King shook his head and said, It's too late. They are about to retreat. As expected, the sound of retreating echoed from the walls of Hangzhou City. The gates of Hangzhou City were instantly opened. Under the cover of the Black Cloud cavalry, the Mahist army that had just charged out of the Shilling army's protection charged into the city. The Black Cloud cavalry behind them also charged into the city. What greeted the pursuing West Hill soldiers was a rain of arrows from the Mahist army guarding the city. Seeing this scene, the generals around Genom of Gojoseon began to curse one after another. The Eastern Chu people are truly despicable. They can't beat us, so they run. Genom of Gojoseon was not angry, but instead laughed and said, If they can't beat us, the most important thing is to run. However, Yili's actions made I understand one thing. In this Hangzhou city, there really isn't a general who can take on a big role. With just one Feng Jiao, after a few more years of training, he might be able to take charge. Right now, he's too inexperienced. The generals thought, wasn't it so? The two sides had equal forces, but the Eastern Chu people needed the help of the Black Cloud cavalry to retreat into the city. If it wasn't because there was no one in the army, then what was? Mo Xiuyao is fighting against 3 allied forces at the same time. No matter how strong Mo Xiuyao is, he won't be able to do anything. I'm afraid that the Maoist army's generals have all followed Mo Xiaoyao into the pass. Isn't that so? Mo Xiaoyao actually handed the northwest to a woman. It can be seen that the Maoist army really has no one. While the generals were discussing, Genom of Gojoseon turned his gaze back to the light green figure on the walls of Hangzhou City. These days, the Maoist army's successive defeats and today's victory made the generals of West Hill look down on the Maoist army. However, as the commander, Genom of Gojoseon didn't. Not only that, it made him pay more attention to the young princess consort of Dinghua. These days, it was true that they had won in a row, but they didn't get any real benefits in Hangzhou. Along the way, all the ripe grains in the northwest had already been harvested. Even the few that couldn't be harvested had been burned to the ground. These days, the Mo family's army was said to be resisting, but it would be more accurate to say that they were obstructing them so that the people of Hangzhou could snatch the food. According to the information he received, Yili even sent the Mo family's army to help the people snatch the food. This invisibly increased his need to capture Hangzhou as soon as possible. In another month, the Northwest would truly enter a severe winter. At that time, many places would be snowed and roads would be blocked. Even if there was grain, it might not be able to be transported over. On the other hand, it was impossible for their rations and military supplies to last until next spring. The closer they got to Hangzhou, the more Genom of Gojoseon had a hunch that the Maoist army deliberately led them to Hangzhou. But he couldn't understand the Maoist army or Yili's idea. Behind Hangzhou was the flat land of Guanyi. Judging from Yili's performance these days, it didn't seem like she had the strength to keep him out of Hangzhou City. The Maoist army didn't even have a master of strategy. In fact, Genom of Gojoseon didn't understand. He always thought that he valued Yili enough, but when he thought that there was no independent general in the Maoist army, it was already a kind of contempt. He also didn't think that Yili's goal wasn't to keep the Shilling army out of Hangzhou City, but to wipe out all 200,000 Shilling army in Hangzhou. Looking at the green-clothed woman on the city gate tower who seemed to nod at him, Genom of Gojoseon's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A strange sense of uneasiness instantly stunned his mind. But after repeatedly calculating, he still couldn't find the source of this uneasiness. After thinking for a while, Genom of Gojoseon turned around and returned to the camp. Quickly passed down the order. Order the 300,000 soldiers stationed at the border of Shilling to rush to Hangzhou as quickly as possible. The general following beside him was startled. He hesitated and said, "Prince, the speed of the army escorting the large amount of grain." The soldiers stationed at the border were carrying enough grain to last the entire winter for the 400,000 soldiers. If they wanted to transport it all the way to Hangzhou, their speed naturally wouldn't be fast. Genom of Gojoseon snorted softly and said, "It's fine as long as they can make it in time. If you are any slower, the army might have already arrived before you have taken Hangzhou City." The generals following him couldn't help but blush and show their dissatisfaction. If they couldn't even beat a woman, they wouldn't have the face to return to Shilling. "Within 5 days, we will definitely take Hangzhou. I will wait and see." In Hangzhou City, Feng Jiao looked at Yili with a face full of sweat and said with a smile, "If Wang Fei hadn't made preparations today, the Maoist army that went out of the city to fight probably wouldn't have made it back. I am still too lacking." Yili looked at him with a smile and said, "Even though you have been on the battlefield since you were young, you haven't fought in many years. In terms of experience, compared to Genom of Gojoseon, who has been on the battlefield for half his life, you are naturally lacking. Today's lesson has taught us that it is best not to compare our weaknesses with other people's strengths." Feng Jiao helplessly spread out his hands and said, "In a face-to-face battle, the best thing to do is to arrange troops and formations. If we directly let the soldiers charge in groups, we will die even worse. But Wang Fei is right. We will only be at a disadvantage if we fight like this. If the two armies are equal in strength, what is tested is formations. If it was back in the south, Mo Jingli's motley crew, who would care about formations? They could just charge in and scare those shrimp soldiers to death." Chapter 361. Yili was also helpless. The most experienced soldier in the army, Marquis Nan, was sent out by her. As for the others, they were probably not as good as Feng Jiao, who had been learning from Mo Xiaoyao since he was young. Even though she understood some of the meaning, for someone who was more familiar with modern warfare, it was very difficult to understand the essence of these ancient formations. No matter how many books on the art of war one read, it was useless if one could not truly integrate into the battlefield. Not everyone who read the 36 stratagems of Sun Tzu's art of war could become a famous general. Lowering her head to think, Yili said, "Try to avoid fighting face to face like this. How are the preparations for the matter I mentioned a few days ago?" Feng Jiao nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged according to Princess's wishes." "Princess?" After hesitating, Feng Jiao asked, "There is nothing important in Hangzhou right now. Will Princess consider entering the pass first?" "Entering the pass?" Yili raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Feng Jiao behind her. His young and handsome face was filled with worry. Yili shook her head and said, "I can't leave Hangzhou right now. If I'm not in Hangzhou, Genom of Gojoseon might be able to detect our intentions. I'm here to make him believe that the Mahist army will defend Hangzhou to the death." "But," Feng Jiao said worriedly, "if it was before, I wouldn't be worried. Even if we were caught in a chaotic battle, with Princess's abilities and Qilin, we would be able to escape safely. But now, if there is an accident, although it could not be seen now, the princess consort was pregnant after all. The battlefield was constantly changing, and no one knew what would happen." Yili said in a low voice, "Other than that, send someone to send Han Mingyue and Su Zuidi away. As for Qilin, I have other uses for it." Feng Jiao's face darkened. He stood firmly in front of Yili and said, "Qilin will be used to protect Wang Fei." Yili raised her head and looked at him. She frowned and said, "This consort didn't train Qilin to be a bodyguard. Without them, the plan this time would have failed. Feng San, think carefully about the consequences of the several 100,000 shilling army entering the pass before speaking to this consort again." After she finished speaking, she no longer paid any attention to Feng Jiao. Yili turned around and walked down the tower. Feng Jiao sighed helplessly. How could he not know what Wang Fei was thinking? Not to mention the Shilling army's invasion of the Central Plains, not to mention the damage to the Dechu state's territory caused by the Shilling army's invasion of the Central Plains. Just the threat of the Mahist army in the Guanyi Pass alone was enough for them to do their best to stop these bandits outside Hangzhou City. But no matter what, they could not let anything happen to Wang Fei. Feng Jiao simply didn't dare to imagine what kind of reaction Mo Xiaoyao would have if something happened to the princess consort. "General Feng?" The subordinate following behind him reminded him in a low voice. Feng Jiao rubbed his brows and said, "Increase the number of bodyguards by Wang Fei's side by 2 times. They don't have to do anything. Once Hangzhou City is breached, immediately escort Wang Fei out of the city."
Yes.
At this time, in the imperial city of Dechu State, the dazzling imperial palace was even colder and quieter than usual. In the imperial study, Mo Xiaoyao's expression was dark as he stared at the man kneeling on the ground. He said coldly, "Mo Xiaoyao has turned to the Guanyi Pass and ordered Wang Fei to lead 200,000 soldiers to resist the Shilling Genom of Gojoseon?" The man kneeling on the ground shuddered at the coldness in his voice. He said in a trembling voice, "Replying to your majesty, the news from the northwest is like this. Wang Fei led the Mahist army guarding the northwest and retreated to Hangzhou. I'm afraid she plans to have a decisive battle with the Shilling army near Hangzhou. Several generals near Hangzhou in the Guanyi Pass have submitted petitions to support Wang Fei." "Shut up," Mo Jingqi said coldly. Because of his rapid breathing, his chest was heaving up and down. Supporting Ding Wang Fei. After winning this battle, would Ding Wang Fei gain the reputation of not losing out to men? After so many years, he had finally crippled Mo Xiaoyao. Who would have thought that not only did he stand up again, he even had a Wang Fei who could fight? Yili? Mo Jingqi regretted countless times in his heart. Why did he marry Yi Li to Mo Xiaoyao back then?
Suddenly, he thought of something.
How is the situation of the Su family in Yunzhou? The kneeling official's heart tightened. He secretly glanced at the emperor and carefully said, "The Su family. Old Master Qing Yun and Master Hong Yu are still teaching at Lishan Academy. There is nothing strange." His heart beat wildly. He suddenly had a feeling that the high and mighty emperor might have gone crazy. The Su family was the head of the world's scholars. If it was a peaceful time, it would be fine. But now, the Chu state was filled with internal and external troubles. The emperor actually wanted to make a move against the Su family. It had to be known at least half of the world's officials were Master Qing Yun students. Furthermore, the Su family had no evidence that the emperor could use against them. Mo Jingqi was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. "We understand. You may leave. Your Majesty, the Guanyi Pass generals petitions for battle. Petitions for battle?" Mo Jingqi's cold voice made one's heart turn cold. "You may leave. We will deal with it." This official will leave. Inside the imperial study, Mo Jingqi sat on the high throne. His expression was dark and gloomy. After a long time, he finally spoke. "Tell Marquis Muyang to immediately enter the palace to see us." The servants in the imperial study knew that the emperor's mood was not good. They did not dare to say anything and quickly turned to leave. Marquis Muyang came quickly. In fact, ever since his only beloved son followed consort Ding to the battlefield, he had not been at ease. Even the news of the Marquis Nan Manor, which had always been at odds with him, being raided and the Marquis Nan and his son dying an unnatural death, did not make him feel at ease. The Marquis Muyang Manor was absolutely loyal to the emperor. It was because of this that Muyang followed Princess Ding to the battlefield. Although he had received 2 letters from Muyang asking for his safety, what was the use? The northwest was thousands of miles away from the capital. If something really happened, by the time the emperor sent people over, his son's corpse would have rotted away. More importantly, Marquis Muyang understood the young emperor's personality very well. His paranoia was rare in the world. These days, Muyang did not report any news that was unfavorable to the Prince Ding mansion. This was definitely not in line with the emperor's original intention. At that time, the emperor might even suspect that Muyang was colluding with the Prince Ding mansion. At that time, the Marquis Nan Manor would be the example of the Marquis Muyang Manor. Therefore, after receiving the news from the servants, Marquis Muyang only tidied up a little. He did not dare to delay and entered the palace to see the emperor. This official greets the emperor. Stepping into the imperial study, Marquis Muyang saw the emperor's gloomy expression. His heart trembled. He did not delay and knelt on the ground to greet him. He was obviously very satisfied with Marquis Muyang's respect. His gloomy expression eased a little. "My beloved official, you may rise." Mo Jingqi hated the fact that his officials had special rights and treatment. For example, the Ding mansion. He had cursed more than once in his heart for the decree that his ancestors had passed down to the previous generations of Prince Ding and Princess Ding not to kneel in front of the emperor. They were all his officials. Why did the Ding mansion's people not have to kneel? For example, there were old officials above the age of 70 who were given the grace of not having to kneel in the palace. However, none of the old officials, including Duke Hua, who had outstanding military achievements, had ever received this grace. Mo Jingqi enjoyed the feeling of all the servants kneeling in front of him. Chapter 362. Thank you, Your Majesty. May I know what instructions Your Majesty has for me? Marquis Muyang stood up and asked respectfully. Mo Jingqi did not say anything. Instead, he stared at Marquis Muyang thoughtfully. Although Marquis Muyang was anxious and worried, he did not dare to show it on his face. Instead, his expression became more and more respectful. After a long time, he heard Mo Jingqi ask in a deep voice, "Have you received your son's letter of safety?" Marquis Muyang quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I have received it. The most recent one was half a month ago."
Oh.
What did the letter say? Mo Jingqi asked lightly. "My son only reported his safety and mentioned that Prince Ding had already rushed to Xinjiang to join forces with Princess Ding." I think the reclaiming of the Northwest is just around the corner, Marquis Muyang said. Actually, how could Mo Jingqi not know what the letter said? Looking at the trembling Marquis Muyang, Mo Jingqi suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, Mu Qing. Muyang too only wrote 2 letters after such a long time. Aren't you afraid that your father will be worried at home? Do you know where Muyang is now?" Marquis Muyang said cautiously, "I don't know. It's just that my son went to war with the army. He should be in front of Prince Ding's army right now." Mo Jingqi snorted, "That's right. Prince Ding is now leading 500,000 Mahist army and fighting against Nanzhao, Xiling, and Prince Li's army. Your son is the vanguard." Marquis Muyang's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the emperor's face, he pretended to be shocked and asked, "Your Majesty, is that so? The Northwest outside the pass?" Mo Jingqi smiled. "Northwest?" The Northwest Princess Ding personally led 200,000 troops to fight against Genom of Gojoseon. Now they have retreated to Hangzhou. Mu Qing, take a look at this, Mo Jingqi said as he pointed at a few memorials on the table. Marquis Muyang thanked the emperor and took a look at the memorials. It was a request for war from the various garrisons near the Northwest. Although there was a fierce battle going on inside the pass, the garrison troops all over the country had received orders to stay where they were and not to move rashly. As a result, the generals could only watch as Prince Ding fought with the allied army, unable to move. Although they didn't dare to say anything on the surface, anyone with a bit of courage would inevitably be somewhat dissatisfied with this secret decree. Thus, it was not unexpected that these generals would request to come out of seclusion to assist Princess Ding. However, the emperor was clearly very dissatisfied with this. Marquis Muyang chose his words carefully and said, "Your Majesty, the generals are also patriotic. After all, the Northwest is a part of Dechu State and is your Majesty's territory. This is also their loyalty to your Majesty." Mo Jingqi didn't really doubt the loyalty of these generals. He looked at Marquis Muyang and said, "Mu Qing, who do you think is more suitable to lead the troops into battle?" This. Marquis Muyang clearly didn't expect the emperor to agree to the plan to assist Princess Ding so easily. For a moment, he couldn't react and quickly said, "Naturally, it is your Majesty's wise decision." Mo Jingqi stared at him and said, "Jin wants someone absolutely trustworthy to handle this matter." For some reason, Marquis Muyang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Under Mo Jingqi's gaze, he forced himself to maintain a calm expression and said with a smile, "There are many officials in the court who are loyal to your Majesty. Why would your Majesty worry about not having enough people? This humble subject is willing to lead the troops into battle." Mo Jingqi smiled with satisfaction and looked at Marquis Muyang. "That's good. My beloved subject won't be here tomorrow morning. You can quickly head to the Northwest tonight. The troops from the 2 provinces closest to the Northwest will be under your command." Marquis Muyang forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject will not disappoint Your Majesty. I swear to expel the enemy and pacify the Northwest." Mo Jingqi's eyes turned cold and said lightly, "Mu Qing's ambition is comforting. But Jin still has one more thing to instruct my beloved subject." Marquis Muyang only felt his heart beat faster. His intuition told him that it was best not to listen to the emperor's next words. But the reality was that he could only stand in the hall more respectfully and said, "Please instruct me, Your Majesty." The voice in the hall lowered. After a long time, an inconspicuous eunuch came out from the side hall. He carefully looked around and saw that there was no one around. He quickly turned and flew towards the Empress's palace. No matter what happened elsewhere, the battle in Hangzhou was still ongoing. Genom of Gojoseon seemed to have finally lost his patience with the situation in front of him. He continued to attack every day, and the night attacks became more and more intense. The small-scale attacks of the Mahist army could not stop the determination and footsteps of the Xiling army. What was comforting was that Mo Hua finally led the Shadow Guard to Hangzhou. This caused Feng Jiao, who had always been worried about Yi Li's Shadow Guard, to finally sigh in relief. Facing Genom of Gojoseon's increasingly fierce attacks, the destruction of Hangzhou City could be foreseen. "Wang Fei, Please leave Hangzhou immediately. Mo Hua still had an expressionless expression as he looked seriously at the woman who was bent over the table and writing. But if one looked closely, one could see that there was a complicated gaze of admiration and worry in those eyes. In the past, Mo Hua had been dissatisfied and disapproving of Yi Li's intentions to change the Shadow Guard. Even though he had some understanding of her abilities, but that was it. But when he came to Hangzhou, he learned that this elegant and graceful woman who calmly guarded the northwest was pregnant. Mo Hua was finally convinced. This Princess Ding was definitely different from any other woman in the world. Because of this, he had to ensure the safety of Princess Ding. No matter if it was for the prince or the future Shitzi, or simply because he did not want to see anything happen to this extraordinary woman. Yi Li nodded and said, I know. I will leave in 3 days. According to her calculations, Hangzhou City could at most hold on for 3 more days. 3 days later, the West Hill people would attack Hangzhou City. At the same time, it would also be the day they were completely destroyed. A trace of anger flashed through Yi Li's eyes. She calmly put down the brush in her hand. Mo Hua was silent for a moment before saying, The Shadow Guard has people who are skilled in disguise. They can disguise themselves as Wang Fei and stay in Hangzhou. Yi Li helplessly shook her head and said, Do you think this can escape the eyes of West Hill Genom of Gojoseon? Mo Hua, you don't have to worry. I will leave Hangzhou before then. Lowering her head, Yi Li gently stroked her still, flat stomach. A trace of melancholy rose in her heart. No matter what for the unborn child, she could not put herself in danger, even though she actually hoped to stay and defend Hangzhou City with the Mahist army. Seeing Yi Li stand up and turn to the bookshelf behind her, clearly having no intention of saying anything more, Mo Hua understood that she could not persuade her and could only helplessly retreat. On the road north from the Guanyi to Hangzhou, a few horses were quietly grazing in a forest. Beside a bonfire not far away, Mo Xiuyao's handsome face was slightly dark. From time to time, his handsome brows furrowed. Prince, a secret letter from the capitals. Jin walked over and hurriedly delivered a letter sealed with red wax. Mo Xiuyao's eyes flashed. He took the letter and opened it. The contents of the letter caused his expression to change. Standing to the side, Jin couldn't help but take a step back. He had been by the prince's side for more than a decade. In Jin's memory, the prince's expression had never been so ugly. Prince, the capital, what happened in the capital? After a long time, he heard Mo Xiuyao grit his teeth and say, Mo Jingqi. Jin's heart jumped. He was not an intelligent person and did not understand many of the twists and turns. But this did not prevent him from understanding that the relationship between the emperor and his prince was not as good as the common people thought. Had the emperor done something to provoke the prince? Chapter 363. Mo Xiuyao slowly crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball. With a slight force, the ball of paper turned into powder and fell to the ground, turning into a thin layer of white dust. Mo Jingqi, you better pray that nothing happens to Li Li. Jin, take Ai's token and head north. Order the Mahist army in the north to immediately reinforce Hangzhou. Jin stilled and said in confusion, Prince, the north only has 50,000 soldiers right now. It is to defend against the northern militant. Mo Xiuyao's lips curled into a cold smile. Mo Jingqi doesn't even care. Do you want I to care for him? Send the order. Immediately reinforce Hangzhou. Jin finally understood that Prince was serious. With a serious expression, he said, Jin understands. Jin will leave. Taking the token that Mo Xiuyao threw over, Jin did not hesitate to turn and leave on his horse. Watching Jin's departing figure, Mo Xiuyao tightly clenched his fists. The words that slowly came out of his mouth made people's hearts turn cold. Mo Jingqi, you really think that Ai's patience is limitless? If anything happens to Li Li and Hangzhou, I will make you wish you were dead. Outside Hangzhou City, the sounds of fighting still filled the sky. However, the people in the city were no longer afraid of this. It was rare for Yili to sit leisurely in an empty tea house and drink tea. She pushed open the window and could see the soldiers on the city wall not far away from her. Zhuo Jing, Lin Han and the others stood silently by her side, looking at the city wall. Qin Feng, who usually stayed by her side, was nowhere to be seen. Mo Hua, who was responsible for protecting Yili, looked at the person in front of him with a conflicted expression. Wang Fei, I'm afraid that the north of the city won't be able to hold on. Wei Lin hurried over and said respectfully. Yili lowered her head and thought for a moment before asking, Is everything ready? Lin Han nodded and said, Princess, please don't worry. Everything is ready. Princess, please leave Hangzhou as soon as possible. Yili said lightly, Since everything has been arranged, there is no need to rush. Zhuojing, your results? Zhuojing said in a low voice, Although it hasn't been long, the people left in the city are all elites of the Mahist army. They are very effective. Princess, please rest assured. The word elite made Yili's expression change. After a while, she sighed and said, That's right, they are all elites of the Mahist army. Lin Han looked at her and said, If we let the Xiling army pass through Hangzhou city, the Mahist army in the northwest will have no choice but to commit suicide as an apology.
So,
Princess consort, you don't have to feel guilty. Yili tugged at the corners of her lips and smiled bitterly. No matter how noble the reason was, it couldn't cover up the fact that she wasn't good enough as a commander. If there was another general who was on par with Genom of Gojoseon, or if Genom of Gojoseon himself were in her position, he definitely wouldn't use her current method of fighting to kill 1,000 enemies, but to lose 800 of his own men. This was also because of the drawbacks and weaknesses of the Mahist army. There might be someone more suitable than her to lead the Mahist army, but the generals under her might not be convinced by these people. The tradition of only being loyal to Prince Ding created the current situation of the Mahist army. There were many generals who were good at fighting, but it was hard to find someone who could truly become a commander. This was also why the royal family was afraid of the Mahist army. In a country, the bravest and best fighting force was not the imperial army, but the private army of a certain family. After drinking the last mouthful of water in the cup, Yili stood up and took one last look at the Mahist army flag flying high on the city gate tower. She said, Let's go. At noon on the 16th day of the 10th month, after 2 days and 2 nights of relentless attacks, Hangzhou City was conquered. This time, after conquering Hangzhou City, the Xiling army did not swarm in like they did in Xinjiang. Instead, they sent a small number of soldiers into the city to investigate. It was clear that they were afraid that the Chu state would use the same trick again. In the Battle of Xinjiang, the number of soldiers who died in battle was far less than the number of soldiers who were burned to death or suffocated to death in the Great Fire. The soldiers who scouted the path first went through every street in the city. They quickly found that the streets were completely empty. Not to mention the Mahist army, there weren't even any commoners. After carefully inspecting the city and confirming that there were no problems, they sent someone out to report. Outside the city, Genom of Gojoseon listened to the soldiers' report and frowned. There's not a single person in the city. The soldier replied, replying to Prince, there's no one. Moreover, most of the buildings in Hangzhou City are made of stone. I'm afraid it's very difficult to catch fire. It's very unlikely that the Dongchu people will use the same trick again. Genom of Gojoseon's deeply furrowed brows did not relax. Of course, he was happy to conquer Hangzhou City, but the situation in front of him was clearly not normal. After the city was conquered, even if the original army had hurriedly retreated, there would still be a few defeated soldiers who couldn't escape in time. However, the situation in front of him proved one thing. The other side had already planned to retreat. Compared to the fierce resistance of the past few days, the empty city in front of him was even more strange. Yili, what are you planning? Prince, shouldn't we enter the city first? The general beside him asked. It wasn't easy to conquer Hangzhou City, but the prince was standing in front of the city gates in a daze. This made the soldiers very confused. After a moment of silence, Genom of Gojoseon said in a deep voice, immediately pass through Hangzhou City and pursue the remnants of the Mahist army. We can't stay in Hangzhou City. This, Prince, the reinforcements and supplies will take at least 10 days to arrive. Once we enter the pass, if something unexpected happens, the general in front of him carefully advised. When the army set out, the supplies came first. He didn't mention that they only had a mere 100,000 soldiers. Once they entered the pass, it might not even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the Dechu state soldiers. Their supplies could only last them for half a month at most. If they were too far away from the army escorting the supplies, if the supplies didn't arrive in time, the 100,000 soldiers would starve to death before the enemy even had to face them. Genum of Gojoseon frowned and said in a deep voice, "Enter the city." Soon, the army poured in endlessly through the city gates. Genum of Gojoseon immediately stood outside the city. He stared at the towering city gates in front of him and felt that something was wrong. The soldiers beside him didn't dare to say anything even though the prince was in a bad mood. Seeing that more than half of the army had entered the city, there was a sudden commotion in the city. Genum of Gojoseon's heart sank. He said in a stern voice, "Something's wrong. Retreat from Hangzhou City immediately." But it was obviously too late. After a few earth-shattering noises, the city gates were filled with smoke and dust. When they could see clearly, the city gates that were originally wide open had disappeared without a trace. What they saw in front of them was gravel and mud that slowly blocked the entrance of the city gates. The city gates that were 2 people tall were only left with a gap that was less than half a person's height at the top. Looking at the half-collapsed city gate tower, it was obvious that someone had done something to the city gate tower. Prince. The general beside him was pale. Almost 70,000 soldiers had already entered the city, and now there were less than 30,000 soldiers left. Everything in front of them. How did it happen? It seemed to prove the saying that blessings don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come alone. Just as the deafening battle cries sounded in the city, several black whirlwinds came from the southwest and northwest, sweeping towards the chaotic West Hill soldiers in front of the city gates. Chapter 364. At this moment, blood flowed like a river in the city. All the buildings in Hangzhou were made of stacked stones, forming alleys of varying depths. When the Mahist army suddenly appeared on the streets and messed up the troops, countless soldiers in black appeared on the roofs on both sides of the streets with bows and arrows. No one could not recognize them. They were the most elite Black Cloud cavalry of the Mahist army. It was said that every soldier of the Black Cloud cavalry was a 1 in 100 archer. The rain of arrows mercilessly poured down on the West Hill soldiers on the streets. This was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The Black Cloud cavalry took the high ground and attacked first. Their archery skills were obviously better than the West Hill soldiers. The West Hill soldiers had no chance to fight back and were forced into the narrow alleys. However, what awaited them was not a good fate. They were either shot in the chest by arrows from the roofs, or their throats were slit by people who appeared out of nowhere. The empty Hangzhou city instantly became a purgatory on earth. Outside the city, Genum of Gojoseon's face alternated between green and white. Now that things had come to this, he finally understood what he felt was wrong about these days. They thought that they had chased the Mahist army back to Hangzhou, but who could tell him where the cavalry that appeared behind them came from? Yili had actually hidden a cavalry of nearly 30,000 people behind them without anyone noticing. And these days, the people who were dizzy with victory did not even think about the strength of the Mahist army, which was once known as the leader of all countries. Among the countless black whirlwinds, the red figure at the front was particularly conspicuous. Feng Jiao sat on his horse, like a red whirlwind sweeping past. Everywhere he went, the West Hill soldiers avoided him. His handsome face was full of wanton and carefree. After enduring for so many days, he could finally fight to his heart's content. In terms of military strategy, he was not as good as Genum of Gojoseon. In terms of military experience, he was not as good as Genum of Gojoseon. But so what? 30,000 cavalry against 30,000 infantry. In this flat land, there was no need for military strategy or strategy. It did not stop him from beating the West Hill people. Almost in a happy mood, Feng Xiao's spear slashed across the throats of several West Hill soldiers. He spurred his horse and swept past the king of Jinnan's army. From a distance, he smiled and said, "Your Highness the King of Jinnan, our Wang Fei wants this humble one to greet the King of Jinnan on your behalf." This greeting was definitely a form of mockery. Genom of Gojosian of Gojosian of Gojosian, Genom of Gojosian of Princess of Gojosian's mind. It's just that. I would like to know, after Princess Ding burned Xinyang and destroyed Hangzhou's city gate tower, when Ai's reinforcements arrive, how will she defend Hangzhou? Feng Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Thank you for your concern, Prince. But our consort has also said that all the soldiers of West Hill who enter the northwest will be killed without exception." Genom of Gojosian snorted. What a boastful tone. I am already exhausted from dealing with a mere 200,000 strong army, yet you still dare to boast like this. I may lose soldiers and generals, but the Mahist army won't fare any better. Feng Xiao raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Prince, do you think the Mahist army is afraid of you West Hill people?" The princess consort was only worried about His Highness Genom of Gojosian. The 300,000 reinforcements did not have Genom of Gojosian with them. Whether or not they will come to Hangzhou is another matter. Genom of Gojosian's expression changed slightly, but his face remained calm. However, his heart was already in a perilous situation. He had lost this round. Even though he had not seen the final outcome, Genom of Gojosian understood that he had lost to Mo Lufeng in the first half of his life, but he had not expected to lose to a woman in the second half of his life. Even though he had seen the outcome in front of him, he could not accept it wholeheartedly. After a few exchanges, he already knew in his heart that Yili was not some kind of world-shaking genius. It was because of this that he could not understand how the outcome in front of him had come about. After a long time, Genom of Gojosian looked at the laughing red-clothed figure and said with a ferocious expression, "Order the gold-robed guards to capture Yili at all costs." "Prince, now here. Kill." The reason Genom of Gojosian fell for it was because he underestimated me too much. In a small valley about a dozen li away from Hangzhou City, Yili listened to the sounds of fighting that had not stopped in the direction of Hangzhou. She said to the confused Zhuo Jing and the others beside her if his opponent was Xiao Yao, he definitely would not have fallen for such a trick. Zhuo Jing said, "Princess is, if Prince did this, Genom of Gojosian would only think that it was a trick and change Princess, but he would not." Yili smiled faintly and said, "No matter how careful Genom of Gojosian thinks he is, but a man's natural contempt for a woman will not decrease. At most, he will be a little less than others." Weilin smiled and said, "I believe that after this, Genom of Gojosian will not underestimate Princess again." "Princess, after the battle outside the city ends, will they enter the city to help the brothers inside?"
Lin Han asked.
Yili was silent for a long time and finally said, "No. They will immediately go to help Marquis Nan." Everyone was silent. There were 70,000 shilling army in the city, but only 10,000 Mahist army remained. No one could say how many would come out in the end. The 30,000 Black Cloud cavalry hidden outside the city, after killing the 30,000 shilling soldiers, had to go to the border to help Marquis Nan. Marquis Nan and Marquis Nanshitsi, Yin Ting, and a few other junior generals had to take 30,000 men to stop the 300,000 reinforcements from Shilling. No one could say how many would come back. It was not that Princess was ruthless. Everyone knew that they did not have that many soldiers. Princess had already made the best arrangements. "Princess, it is time to leave. If we hurry, we can reach a small city to rest tonight." Yili turned her head to look at the city in the distance and nodded silently. "Princess, there is a large group of soldiers heading towards Hangzhou." The shadow guard, who was scouting ahead, hurriedly came back to report. Yili paused. She frowned slightly and asked, "Who are they?" The shadow guard said, "They are the garrison troops from the neighboring Hangzhou." "Why are they coming now?" She knew that the generals from the neighboring garrisons had sent letters to the emperor to help Hangzhou. But these generals were all loyal to Mo Jingqi. She had sent people to ask for reinforcements, but without Mo Jingqi's decree, these generals were not willing or did not dare to lend her troops. They only promised that they had sent a letter to the capital asking for reinforcements. Yili understood Mo Jingqi's mentality and did not have much hope in this promise. Could they be the reinforcements for Hangzhou? Lin Han asked. Zhuo Jing said coldly, "The timing is too much of a coincidence. Princess, I will go and take a look." Yili frowned and said, "Go, but be careful." Zhuo Jing was personally trained by Yili and was efficient in his work. He came back in less than 2 hours, but his expression was very ugly. Looking at Yili, Zhuo Jing said, "Princess, they are not here to help." Everyone was stunned. Mo Hua said coldly, "Could it be that they are here to help the West Hill peoples?" Zhuo Jing shook his head and said, "They have set up camp a few miles away." I went in and eavesdropped on their conversation.
He plans to stand by and watch.
If we win, they will take advantage of the fact that we do not have time to rest to attack us. If the West Hill wins, we will act according to the situation and retreat to the camp. If both sides suffer, it will be better. They will take advantage of us. Chapter 365. What is that person in the palace thinking? Does he not want Hangzhou anymore? Lin Han asked in shock. Yili laughed coldly. He had already given the 3 provinces in the northwest to Xiling. Whether he wins or loses this battle, the northwest is no longer his. Naturally, it doesn't matter. What a lunatic. After a long time, Wei Lin finally spat out this sentence. How important was the northwest to the Chu state? Even someone like him, who had no interest in military affairs, knew this. In order to deal with the Ding King, Mo Jingqi actually gave up the northwest. Also, Zhuo Jing's face darkened. The nearby garrisons have all received the emperor's secret edict. Take this opportunity to eliminate all the Mahist army in the northwest. Most importantly, capture the princess consort, dead or alive. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. After a long time, Mo Hua snorted with a dark expression. He said to Zhuo Jing and the rest, "Protect the princess consort." After speaking, he turned to leave. Yili frowned, asking, "Where are you going?" Mo Hua gritted his teeth and laughed sinisterly. "I'll bring people to kill the generals leading the troops. Let's see how they can take advantage of the situation." Yili shook her head. "No, there are so many troops stationed near Hangzhou. If there is no one to control them, it will only become more chaotic. Also, the ones leading the troops may not be the ones who have the final say. Mo Jingqi will definitely send someone over." Mo Jingqi was not someone who could easily trust his officials. Since he could give such a secret edict, he would definitely send someone with a high status. Mo Hua turned to look at Yili, princess consort. "What are your plans?" Yili paused for a moment before saying softly, "At least for today, we can't let them near Hangzhou city. Zhuo Jing, think of a way to let them know that I have already left Hangzhou." Everyone looked at Yili, their gazes filled with disapproval. Zhuo Jing said, "Princess consort, this is too dangerous." Yili sighed softly. "We can only do this now. We can only hope that the prince will be able to send someone to take over Hangzhou in time. Go ahead." Zhuo Jing stood where he was and refused to move even half a step. Yili's expression darkened. "This is an order." Zhuo Jing had no choice but to turn around and leave. Mo Hua was silent for a moment before saying, "The prince should be on his way to Hangzhou. Wang Fei, if we take a shortcut to the south, maybe we can meet the prince on the way." Yili turned her head to look at Hangzhou and said softly, "That's the only way. Let's go." Just as Mo Hua said, the group of people took a shortcut and headed south. Soon, the Chu state's troops stationed not far away began to move. However, they didn't move in the direction of Hangzhou. Instead, they spread out as if they were looking for someone. At the same time, another group of elite troops quickly crossed the Hangzhou city and headed towards the Great Pass. Under the night sky, The sound of weapons colliding could be heard in the forest. In the forest, more than 10 shadow guards surrounded Yi Li to protect her in the center. They calmly faced the enemies who continuously surrounded them. The ground around them was littered with corpses. The thick smell of blood filled the forest. Wang Fei, we've been surrounded. Mo Hua stood beside Yi Li and said in a low voice. Yi Li nodded. It's obvious. Their group had less than 50 people, while the enemy had at least 700 to 800 people. Moreover, after seeing the signal sent by the enemy earlier, she didn't doubt that more enemies were coming. Should I say that Mo Jingqi really values me enough? Lin Han said, I'm afraid that in their eyes, Hangzhou will be destroyed sooner or later. Naturally, capturing Wang Fei is more important. Most importantly, they had heard from one of the captured generals that Mo Jingqi's secret edict mentioned that the person who captured Princess Ding would be rewarded 10,000 taels of gold and be promoted 3 levels. Killing Princess Ding would also give them 10,000 taels of gold. In comparison, the benefits of participating in the war in Hangzhou were negligible. Mo Hua looked at the 4 of them and said, You guys protect Wang Fei and rush out. We'll block these people. Yi Li smiled helplessly and said, It'll be difficult for just a few people to rush out. Let's go together. Mo Hua paused. He understood that Wang Fei was telling the truth. Now that they were surrounded in the forest, if they wanted to rush out, they would be courting death. Moreover, Princess Ding was the target of these people's attention. Lowering her head, Yi Li dodged a soldier's spear. Then, she turned around and easily broke the other party's throat. The smell of blood in the air made her frown uncontrollably. She suppressed the urge to vomit in her heart. Princess Ding, please come out to talk. Suddenly, the enemy general's loud voice came from outside the forest. The surrounding attacking soldiers had clearly received the order and stopped. They only stared at them cautiously. Yi Li stood behind the shadow guard. Her expression was calm as she calmly asked, Which general are you? The other party chuckled and said, Wang Fei doesn't need to know. We have no intention of harming Wang Fei. We only ask that Wang Fei come out of the forest and immediately escort Wang Fei back to the capital to rest. Yi Li smiled coldly. His words were really pleasant to hear. After returning to the capital, what awaited her was endless house arrest and exploitation. They were just using her to negotiate with the Mo Xiuyao. Moreover, she was pregnant now. She definitely could not fall into Mo Jingqi's hands. Based on Mo Jingqi's hatred towards the Prince Ding mansion and his jealousy towards Mo Xiuyao, it was hard to imagine what he would do. Seeing that Yi Li did not reply, the other party became impatient. In a low voice, he said, Wang Fei, we also know that Prince Ding is currently leading troops here. Thus, we don't have much time to give Wang Fei. If Wang Fei does not come out in 2 hours, please forgive us for our rudeness. Wei Lin smiled coldly and said, Since you know that Prince Ding is about to arrive, you still dare to be so rude to Wang Fei. Do you not want your little lives anymore? The other party was silent for a moment before saying, We have no choice but to share the wealth of the monarch. We hope that Princess Ding will be magnanimous enough to forgive us. After that, the atmosphere was tense as they waited. Yi Li looked at the countless pairs of eyes staring at them from not far away. She gently stroked her flat stomach and smiled helplessly and tiredly. Zhuojing, right now. I wonder what the situation in Hangzhou is like? Zhuojing said, There weren't many soldiers who came first. I'm afraid that all of them were used to capture us. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the situation in Hangzhou shouldn't be too different from what Wang Fei had predicted. Yi Li nodded with a gratified smile. That's good. Finally, one side has won. Lin Han asked in a low voice, Wang Fei, what should we do now? Yi Li calmly raised her eyes and said in a low voice, Head to the southeast corner and rush out. Mo Hua's brows furrowed in worry. Wang Fei's body, Yi Li smiled coldly. If she falls into their hands, what do you think will happen? Mo Hua did not speak. Perhaps if a Princess Ding fell into Mo Jingqi's hands, she would not die or be used to threaten the prince. But if a Prince Ding mansion with a future heir fell into Mo Jingqi's hands, it would definitely be a disaster. Not only would it be a disaster for the prince's wife, it would be a disaster for the entire Mahist army. Mo Hua looked deeply at Yi Li and bowed to Yi Li with unprecedented respect. I will listen to Wang Fei's orders. The southeast corner led deep into the mountains. The terrain was more rugged and dangerous than other places. Perhaps because of this, there were fewer people guarding this side than the other sides. This was their only hope to rush out. With Yi Li's order, all the shadow guards rushed in that direction. Along the way, they showed no mercy. It could be said that if God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would kill Buddha. Behind them, there were also angry shouts from outside the forest. Kill them. No matter if they're dead or alive, don't let a single one escape. Chapter 366. Relying on this invincible momentum, the group actually managed to break out of the encirclement and headed deeper into the mountains. However, there were only 7 or 8 shadow guards left. Including Mo Hua, Zhu Jing, and the others, they were all riddled with injuries. Only Yi Li, who was protected in the middle, did not suffer any external injuries other than looking a little tired. There were few traces of people in the deep mountains and forests. Even if the enemy had thousands of people, it was not easy to find a few people hiding in such a vast forest. The next morning, the group had already gotten rid of their pursuers. However, at the same time, they were deep in the mountains and did not know where to go. They could only move in a general direction. Including her previous life, Yi Li had never been in such a difficult situation. Although she had experienced much worse conditions in her previous life, that was on the premise that her body was still very healthy. But now, because of her pregnancy, even if it did not affect her movements, her mental and physical strength were clearly not able to take it. The first 3 months of pregnancy was a dangerous period. It was not suitable for vigorous activities. Although it was only a day, Yi Li was still faintly uncomfortable. She was very clear in her heart that if she was not careful, she could very likely lose her first baby. They found a relatively flat and hidden place to rest. The group ate some dry food and water. Lin Han said, "As long as we don't meet any pursuers, we will be fine if we leave this place." Wei Lin shook his head and said, "Although we don't know the exact location, but from the position of this mountain, no matter which direction we go, we will be very far away from Prince and the Mahist army. And if we go back the way we came, we will very likely meet some pursuers." Yi Li thought for a while and said, "Lin Han, you go back alone and find Prince." Lin Han disagreed and said, "If we go back to ask for help, we only need to send a shadow guard. This subordinate will be able to help if I stay here." Yi Li shook his head and said, "No, the way back will be very dangerous. I will only be at ease if you, Zhu Jing, or Wei Lin go back. And now that we are deep in the mountains, as long as we are careful and hide, the chances of encountering a large group of pursuers is very small. Go quickly and come back quickly. If anything happens to the people on the way back, no one will know that we are here. When the time comes..." Wei Lin patted Lin Han's shoulder and nodded. Lin Han glanced at everyone and could only nod. "Yes, this subordinate will definitely find Prince as soon as possible." Yi Li nodded. "Be careful on the road." After sending Lin Han off, everyone rested in this relatively flat area for a while. Yi Li was sitting under a big tree. She leaned against the trunk and looked up at the sky through the layers of shade. The corners of his lips lifted into a wry smile of self-mockery. How embarrassing in this world. She knew that she was not strong enough. This was the era of cold weapons. Compared to those top experts, her inner strength was not strong enough, and her qigong was not good enough. On the battlefield, compared to those truly exceptional generals, the military theories she had learned were of no use. She only relied on a completely different way of thinking from ordinary people. This time, in the confrontation with Genom of Gojoseon, she seemed to have the upper hand, but she knew in her heart that in a situation where the military forces and reserves were completely equal, it was very likely that she would be defeated in at most 3 months. She also understood that, in fact, she could have chosen to live in a more relaxed and comfortable way. As a woman, no one could say that she was wrong. But in the end, she still could not completely see herself as a weak woman in this era. She watched men fight for their lives outside, while she enjoyed the extravagant food and clothing provided by them with a clear conscience. Even when she was in such a difficult situation, she did not regret it. At least, she had done what she could and did not stay in the capital and wait to be captured by Mo Jingqi and used as a chess piece to threaten the father of her child. Supporting herself against the tree, Yili stood up and walked to the fire on the side. The night of early winter was already very cold. The 3 shadow guards who were busy roasting meat and cooking soup saw Yili come over and quickly stood up. Yili waved her hand and said, "Everyone is tired.
Don't be so polite. Sit down."
The shadow guards had clearly never met such a master before. They looked hesitantly at Zhuo Jing, who was sitting on a tree with his eyes closed. Mo Hua had taken people to go hunting. They could only seek the opinion of Zhuo Jing, who was also a shadow guard. Sensing the shadow guard's gazes, Zhuo Jing opened his eyes and glanced at them. He said, "We will listen to the princess's orders." Only then did the 3 of them sit down again. They continued with their work in silence. Compared to before, their expressions were much more reserved. Yili smiled faintly and reached for a branch to poke at the fire. She picked up a skewer of bird meat that had been roasted on the fire and threw it onto a tree branch. Wei Lin, who was hanging upside down on the tree, reached out and caught it. Without saying anything, he took a bite and ate it. Zhuo Jing, who was on the tree on the other side, was drooling. "Princess consort." Yili raised her eyebrows and threw another skewer over. Zhuo Jing cheered and ate happily. Yili turned back to look at the shadow guards, who had a shocked expression at their interaction. She smiled and said, "Everyone is hungry. Eat first. When Mo Hua and the others return, we will roast theirs." Zhuo Jing bit into the roasted meat as he mumbled, "I said, when I go out to hunt, I will definitely be faster than Commander, cough cough, Mo Hua." It seemed that because of the interaction between Yili, Zhuo Jing, and Wei Lin, the atmosphere gradually eased. Yili endured the smoke and grease from the fire and ate the roasted meat in her hand without any appetite. A shadow guard looked at her and took out 2 fist-sized red wild fruits to give to Yili. He said shyly, "I picked this on the way. If Princess does not mind, please eat this." Yili smiled and took it. She wiped it and took a bite. The slightly sour and sweet fruit made her feel much better. She nodded and smiled at the shadow guard. "Thank you." The shadow guard's face turned red, and he hurriedly said he did not dare. As she ate the wild fruit, she looked at the shadow guards, who were curiously examining her. Yili smiled faintly and asked softly, "I've implicated you this time. Are you afraid?" These shadow guards were all young and outstanding youths. If they were reorganized in the future, no matter if they were placed in the Black Cloud Cavalry Mahist Army or the Qi Lin, their future would be limitless. But this time, almost all of them had been sacrificed with her. "Not afraid." The shadow guard who gave Yili the wild fruit said loudly, "It is the glory of the shadow guard to be able to die for the prince and princess consort." "Nonsense," Yili said softly. "You do not want to live first. Why do you want to die for loyalty? If you all die, who will not be loyal to the Wang Fu?" The 3 looked in puzzlement at Yili. What Princess Consort said was clearly different from what they had been taught since they were young. They could not understand. Does Princess Consort mean that we should be afraid of death and flee at the last moment? Even though we are not the Black Cloud Cavalry or the Mahist Army that is famous in the countries, we will not do such a thing. The 3 clearly did not agree with Yili's words. Yili said with a smile, "Death, there are those that are heavier than Mount Tai and those that are lighter than a goose feather. If you give up your life for a small matter or slit your throat because of a small setback, then even if you are loyal, it is foolish loyalty. If you have done everything you can for the greater good, for your ideals, for your beliefs, but can only sacrifice yourself in the end, then even if you die and lose, you're still a true warrior." The three youths were thoughtful. In reality, the Shadow Guard and people like them had an unwritten rule. For example, if they failed an important mission, many people would apologize with their lives. As Shadow Guard, they had seen many examples like this. They even had the same thoughts. Therefore, even though they were sad that they had to protect Princess Consort's brothers who had died, they were mentally prepared. If something happened to Princess Consort, they would all apologize with their lives. But hearing Princess Consort's words, it seemed that Princess Consort felt that their actions were not correct. Chapter 367. Wang Fei, if you made a mistake, shouldn't you use death to atone for it? Yili rolled her eyes at the sky and asked, if the person who made the mistake uses death to atone for it, does that mean that the mistake no longer exists? Then what should be done? Of course you should try to survive and atone for your mistake. Death is the action of a coward, Yili said firmly. The three youths thought for a long time before one of them carefully asked, Wang Fei, will Qilin still want people? Yili smiled. You also know about Qilin? The three nodded in unison. Qilin was not completely hidden in the Mahist army and King Ding's Fu. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of Mahist armies scattered all over the place, the Shadow Guard obviously knew more. The three youths looked at Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin, who were hanging upside down on a tree not far away, and their eyes were filled with envy and yearning. They were all from Fuji, and some of them had even trained and grown up with them. But now they looked so different. Yili tilted her head and smiled. Of course, if you can return alive this time, I may be able to talk to Qin Feng and ask him to give you a chance. But do you want to convince Mo Hua yourself? The three youths were overjoyed, and their youthful faces flashed with vitality, sweeping away their previous fatigue and depression. Someone is coming. Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin jumped down from the tree at the same time and landed beside Yi Li with vigilant expressions. The other people also quickly stood up and prepared for battle. Yi Li listened and said in a deep voice, two groups of people, one group is going up the mountain and is still far from here. The other group is going up, and coming down is Mo Hua's group. The Shadow Guard behind her had quickly extinguished the fire, and in a blink of an eye, Mo Hua had also brought a few Shadow Guards to the front. Mo Hua said with a heavy face, just now, I saw someone coming up the mountain. Yili frowned and said, going down the mountain is definitely not possible. The foot of the mountain is completely surrounded. Is there a path up the mountain? Mo Hua said, there is a cliff at the top of the mountain, and the mountain opposite the cliff is completely separated from here. If we can make it, is it okay? Yili asked. Mo Hua nodded slightly. It's worth a try. Yili exhaled slightly and said in a deep voice, let's go up the mountain. The group walked up the mountain. Along the way, Yili noticed that a few Shadow Guards had left their group under Mo Hua's signal. Yili knew that they were trying to distract the pursuers that could catch up with them at any time. Glancing at the Shadow Guard who left silently, Yili didn't say anything. She just silently followed the Shadow Guard's footsteps up the mountain. The pursuers seemed to be coming very quickly. Not long after, the sound of a crowd and the sound of close combat could be heard from afar. However, the sound gradually faded away. It was obvious that someone had led them in the opposite direction. Mo Hua turned her head to look at the place where the sound was getting farther and farther away. She frowned and said, Wang Fei, the people coming up the mountain don't seem to be the pursuers of the imperial court. Yili nodded silently. That group of people had just been at the foot of the mountain. If they could catch up so quickly, they definitely weren't ordinary soldiers. It was obvious that the other party was an expert. They are Lei Jinting's people, Zhuo Jing said. Jinnan Palace has a secret group of private guards called the Gold-Clothed Guards. There are about 1,000 of them. They usually guard Jinnan Palace. Every time Genin of Gojoseon goes on a campaign, they always accompany him. It was because of their existence that Genin of Gojoseon was able to escape death many times on the battlefield. This included when Genin of Gojoseon was defeated by the old prince. It was this group of gold-clothed guards that sacrificed almost all of their people to rescue him. The gold-clothed guards saved Genin of Gojoseon's life. Even though they were almost completely wiped out, Genin of Gojoseon rebuilt them afterwards. Yili asked as they walked up the mountain. The shadow guard doesn't seem to have received this news. Zhuo Jing said, ever since the gold-clothed guards were almost completely wiped out by the old prince when they tried to save Genin of Gojoseon, they haven't appeared in front of anyone. Almost everyone thinks that they don't exist anymore. This subordinate was told by Master Mingyu before he left. Yili was deep in thought as they walked through the forest. What about the gold-clothed guards and Qilin? Without much thought, Zhuo Jing replied, they can't compare. The gold-clothed guards only train in martial arts. They are only responsible for Genin of Gojoseon's safety and occasionally listen to Genin of Gojoseon's orders to deal with some people. Master Mingyu meant that their martial arts are not inferior to the shadow guards. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Even if 100 or 200 elite soldiers came at them, they might not be able to handle it, let alone the fact that they were not inferior to the shadow guards. As they walked, the group finally arrived at the edge of the cliff halfway up the mountain. Even though they were only halfway up the mountains in the northwest were not low. Moreover, it was the beginning of winter. Under the night sky, looking down the cliff, there was only a vast expanse of white clouds. Nothing could be seen below. Looking at the cliff in front of them, Yili turned her head and asked, how far is it to the other side? Mo Hua thought for a moment, then said, about 15 or 16 zhong. Yili thought for a moment, then nodded and asked, how is everyone's qinggong? Can you cross? Mo Hua nodded. Of the people present, there were only 2 shadow guards whose qinggong was slightly weaker. The rest of them could cross. Yili said to the 2 shadow guards, you two can go down the mountain together or separately. Be careful not to attract the attention of the pursuers. If the encirclement at the foot of the mountain is too tight, wait for a while. The 2 shadow guards were startled and looked at Yili helplessly. Yili sighed softly and said, hurry up and go. It's only 2 people. We'll be there soon. There's no point in you staying. Behind her, Mo Hua nodded silently. The 2 shadow guards bowed to Yili, then turned and left, quickly disappearing into the darkness. All right, let's get ready to go. Mo Hua has studied the terrain before. You go first. Yili turned and said to Mo Hua. Mo Hua didn't delay. She tapped her feet and flew towards the cliff on the other side. When she landed, she could only see Mo Hua's blurry figure in the fog. Yili waved her hand to let the shadow guards go one by one. When it was Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin's turn, neither of them moved first. Yili raised an eyebrow and said, what do you want to do? Zhuo Jing said in a deep voice, this subordinate and Wei Lin have seen Wang Fei's qinggong. You can't cross. Yili stilled and then smiled helplessly. If she had known that this day would come, she would have trained her qinggong even if she died of exhaustion. Her qinggong could only be considered second-rate. Right now, there was a faint feeling of discomfort coming from her abdomen. It was a dream to fly over by herself. Yili glanced at Zhuo Jing and said, can you take me over? Zhuo Jing lowered his head and gritted his teeth, saying no. It required first-rate qinggong to cross a 15 to 16 zhong cliff. To take a person over, it didn't just require qinggong, it also required the support of great internal energy. Wei Lin smiled faintly and said, this subordinate can't either, so we will stay and accompany Wang Fei. There was a faint noise coming from the distance. Yili swept an exasperated look over the 2 and said, nonsense. Are you going to die with me? On the other side, a black shadow came through the air and landed on the ground. He looked at the 3 with a frown and said, why haven't you left? His gaze paused on Yili's body. Mo Hua instantly remembered that Wang Fei had only practiced internal qinggong for a little over a year. This kind of distance could not be crossed with qinggong. This subordinate did not consider thoroughly. Wang Fei, please forgive this subordinate. This subordinate will take Wang Fei over. Yili looked at him with a smile and asked, how confident are you? Mo Hua was silent. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, 20%. If it was daytime, maybe he would be 20% confident. But now, the sky was dark and there was a thick fog. At most, he only had 20% confidence. Yili shook her head and said with a smile, "Then you mean that we have an 80% chance of falling off the cliff and not leaving behind a corpse? You go over first. I have my ways." How could Zhuo Jing and the others be willing? Wei Lin said, "Then Wang Fei, please go over first. We don't need much time." Mo Hua frowned and said, "The pursuers are close. If they really are martial arts experts, if they find us, we won't be able to escape even if we go over." Chapter 368. The three were all stubborn. Yi Li could only say, "Mo Hua and Wei Lin will go first. Zhuo Jing will stay." She took out the rope from the bag beside her and handed it to Wei Lin. Wei Lin silently took it and leaped into the thick fog on the other side. Zhuo Jing watched as Yi Li fastened the rope to the tree by the cliff and asked, "Wang Fei?" Yi Li smiled helplessly and said, "Actually, I only have 50% confidence." The cliffs on both sides were clearly not giving them face. The cliffs on their side were slightly lower, and the cliffs on the other side were slightly higher. This meant that Yi Li could not use the most energy-saving method to slide over. She had to pull on the rope and slowly move over. Because of the baby in her belly, she couldn't use any movements that were too dangerous. After fastening the rope, Yi Li was just about to move when an arrow shot out of the forest and passed by her. Very quickly, a group of men in black charged out of the forest and surrounded the two of them on the cliff. "Princess Ding, we don't want to harm Wang Fei. Please come with us?" The leader of the men in black stared at Yi Li, his eyes filled with malice and greed. Yi Li let go of the rope and calmly said, "Shi Ling Genom of Gojoseon, the golden-robed guards?" The man's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, "Wang Fei really knows a lot. Since Wang Fei already knows our identity, please don't make unnecessary resistance. If Wang Fei is harmed, we won't be able to answer to the prince." Yi Li raised an eyebrow and asked softly, "What if I don't listen?" The man sneered and said, "The prince is in a bad mood because of what happened in Hangzhou. If something happens to Wang Fei, I think the prince won't blame us. Our prince is a hero of the age and he truly admires Princess Ding. Wang Fei, why do you want to follow that trash Mo Xiaoyao? Our prince has said that if Wang Fei is willing to come back with us, he will give you the position of consort to Genom of Gojoseon. As for that cripple Mo Xiaoyao..." Whoosh, whoosh. Two air-piercing sounds were heard. Two gusts of strong wind carrying a silver light shot towards the man, one high and one low, leaving a bloody wound on the man's face and neck. Yi Li coldly looked at the person in front of her and said in a cold voice, "If you want to die, then this consort will help you." That person touched the wound on his neck and couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Hearing Yi Li's cold words, he felt a chill in his heart and didn't dare to reply. "Since the princess is so ignorant, don't blame us for being rude." The leader's face darkened, and he waved his hand. "Capture Princess Ding." The surrounding gold-clad guards swarmed forward. Zhuo Jing stood in front of Yi Li to block them. On the other side, Mo Hua, Wei Lin, and the others also understood the situation and returned to join the battle. The gold-clad guards were the elites that Han Mingyue had said could rival the Shadow Guard in battle. In a situation where one of them could fight against 10, the Shadow Guard had no way of fighting back. Yi Li looked at the Shadow Guard that had already been in the wrong. In an instant, 2 more had fallen. Yi Li took a deep breath and shouted, "Mo Hua, take the people and retreat." Mo Hua's hand did not stop. Her sword pierced through the chest of a gold-clad guard as she said, "The Shadow Guard prioritizes the safety of the princess and cannot follow orders." Yi Li slit the throat of a gold-clad guard with one hand and retreated to a corner. Her other hand pressed against her throbbing abdomen as she said, "Do you think there is any meaning now? Retreat." Mo Hua did not respond. Her actions became even more vicious, indicating that she was going to disobey orders. Yi Li felt her heart ache. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow flashed across the night sky and leapt in front of her. Yili raised her sword and swung it. The person moved to the side and grabbed Yili's arm, saying, "It's me." Yili stilled. "Han Mingyue, why are you here?" Han Mingyue's appearance was slightly disheveled and did not have her previous elegant demeanor. She grabbed Yili and said, "Quick, leave. Genom of Gojoseon has come." Seeing Han Mingyue, Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin were overjoyed. They tacitly separated the gold-clad guards in front of them and said, "Young Master Han, take Princess and leave first." Han Mingyue nodded. She grabbed Yili's arrowhead and was about to fly to the other side. "Han Mingyue, you are very daring." A deep male voice filled with anger came from the forest. At the same time, a strong gust of wind attacked Han Mingyue. Han Mingyue was in midair and dodged the gust of wind with another person in tow. Her internal energy was stopped for a moment. Her originally flying figure could only land back on the ground. The white clothing on her shoulder had a tear and was dyed a faint red. Genom of Gojoseon walked out of the forest. Beside him was Su Zuidi, who had left Hangzhou with Han Mingyue. At this time, her beautiful face was filled with pride and schadenfreude. She smiled as she stared at Yili. When Genom of Gojoseon arrived, the killing immediately stopped. Mo Hua and the others retreated in front of Yili and formed a semicircle to protect her behind them. Genom of Gojoseon looked at the pale-faced Yili standing behind the crowd. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. He then looked at the corpse on the ground and nodded in praise, as expected of the Prince Ding Mansion's shadow guard. Ai's gold-clad guards are still lacking. Zhuo Jing laughed coldly. "Prince is too humble. The Prince Ding Mansion's shadow guard has many duties. How can they compare to the gold-clad guards?" As soon as he spoke, he mocked Genom of Gojoseon for being a coward. Otherwise, why would he train thousands of people just to protect him? Genom of Gojoseon was not angry. He looked at Yili and smiled. "You are very good. You are completely out of Ai's expectations. As long as you come over, I can let bygones be bygones." "Prince," Su Zuidi protested coquettishly, but she was frightened by Genom of Gojoseon's cold gaze and swallowed her dissatisfaction. Yili looked at Genom of Gojoseon, who was determined to win. She smiled and said, "Prince is so fast. Yili admires you. Prince must have taken care of everything in and out of Hangzhou City. But Prince doesn't care about the hundreds of thousands of reinforcements at the northwest border?" Genom of Gojoseon's face darkened, but he quickly smiled and said, "I am indeed worried about the reinforcements. But it is the first time in my life that I am under a woman's control. So, I think that you are more important. Moreover, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that losing the princess is more painful for Prince Ding than losing the Northwest. And if this Princess Ding becomes Ai's princess consort of Genom of Gojoseon, it seemed that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a wonderful idea." Genom of Gojoseon could not help but look up to the sky and laugh. The gloominess that was still on his face because of the loss at Hangzhou City also disappeared without a trace. Su Zuidi, who was standing beside him, heard his words and her expression changed. She glared fiercely at Yili, but because of Genom of Gojoseon's prestige, she did not dare to say a word. Yili sneered and said, "I'm afraid that Prince is thinking too much." Genom of Gojoseon said leisurely, "Whether or not I is thinking too much, we will know soon. Shaoli, be a good girl and wait to become Ai's princess consort."
Ugh.
Finally, unable to bear the discomfort in her chest, Yili turned to the side and retched against a big tree. The cliff was suddenly silent. Genom of Gojoseon's face was ashen as he stared at the girl who was vomiting while leaning against a big tree. Han Mingyue casually treated the wound on her arm and said with a smile, "Prince, it seems that Princess Ding is not interested in becoming Genom of Gojoseon's princess consort. Your Highness, why must you force me to do something against my will?" Wei Lin sneered, "Some people are just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Wishful thinking." None of the golden-robed guards dared to speak up. Princess Ding vomited, when she insisted on becoming Genom of Gojoseon's princess consort. It was clear that she really hated this suggestion to a certain extent. They also did not dare to speak. If they flattered her, it would not be good. Chapter 369. Genom of Gojoseon's face was ashen. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you can stall for time like this? Don't worry, I will let you go back with your lives. Tell Emo Xiuyao to come and attend Ai's concubine selection ceremony. Capture Princess Ding." The battle on the cliff began once again. Genom of Gojoseon did not plan on watching from the side. Instead, he pounced towards Yi Li without hesitation. Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin tried to block him, but they were swept to the side in 2 or 3 moves. Han Mingyue and Emo Hua attacked Genom of Gojoseon from the left and right. Although Genom of Gojoseon only had one arm, his palm energy was like a knife. He had to use almost all of his strength to stop himself from being pushed back. Genom of Gojoseon snorted and laughed. "The so-called young heroes. You don't even have the strength of a teenager like Emo Xiuyao. You want to stop, I?
Go."
He sent a palm towards Han Mingyue's chest. Han Mingyue was shocked and quickly flipped to the side to avoid the palm. She landed on the ground but was immediately surrounded by a few gold-robed guards. After dealing with Han Mingyue, Genom of Gojoseon used the same method to avoid Emo Hua. From the time he attacked to when he arrived in front of Yi Li, it only took him 7 or 8 moves. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy moves were meaningless. Yi Li flipped the dagger in her hand and quickly stabbed towards Genom of Gojoseon. The violent vomiting and the tiredness of the past few days not only made her face pale, but more importantly, she could clearly feel her strength draining away at a rapid rate. Genom of Gojoseon moved to the side to avoid the attack. He was in a good mood as he exchanged a few moves with her. He grabbed her wrist and laughed. "Your martial arts are not bad. It's a pity that your internal energy is a bit lacking. If you practice martial arts from a young age, you could be ranked among the top experts in the world with your aptitude.
But now..."
"Wait, you." The person holding Yi Li's wrist paused for a moment. Genom of Gojoseon's expression changed, and he said sternly, "What a princess Ding. You are truly devoted to Emo Xiuyao. I will definitely make this vile spawn. Die, bitch." Suzuri, who was not far away, looked at the scene in front of her with a twisted expression. She raised her hand to reveal the hidden weapon tied to her wrist and shot it at Yi Li. A cluster of silver needles rained down on Yi Li, and Han Mingyue, who was fighting with the gold-robed guards, paled. "Drunken butterfly, don't." But it was too late. With a flash of silver, the hidden weapon left the box. Han Mingyue did not have time to think. She swept aside the gold-robed guards with her sword and leapt forward. At the same time, Genom of Gojoseon also heard Suzui's voice. He turned his head to look. Yi Li took the opportunity to turn her wrist, and the dagger left a bloody mark on Genom of Gojoseon's hand. Genom of Gojoseon let go of Yi Li's hand in pain. Yi Li slipped, and her body fell towards the edge of the cliff. "Yi Li, princess!" Genom of Gojoseon reacted quickly. He reached out to grab the edge of the cliff, but what welcomed him was Yi Li's faint smile and the cold glint of the dagger in her hand. The merciless dagger forced him to retract his hand faster than he could reach out. Genom of Gojoseon only had one arm. Letting go meant that he would not be able to grab Yi Li again. He looked dazedly at the falling woman's faint smile and her silent words. "You don't even think about hurting my child." A silver dagger shot up from the bottom of the cliff. Genom of Gojoseon's chest bloomed with blood. As if awakened by the sudden pain, Genom of Gojoseon lowered his head to look at the dagger in his chest. Because of the lack of strength, it did not really hurt his vitals. He raised his hand to grab the dagger in his chest. "Yi Li, princess." Everyone was stunned by this sudden outcome. When Zhuo Jing reacted, he quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. In the darkness of the night, he could only see the bottomless fog at the bottom of the cliff. In fact, at this moment, almost all the Shadow Guard, including the Mo Huawei Lin, had rushed to the edge of the cliff. The empty cliff made everyone unable to recover their senses. Han Mingyue fell to the ground with a pale face. Her hand was already stained with blood. Su Zuoti's hidden weapon did not hit Yi Li or the Jinan Wang who was standing beside her. Instead, she used her own body to block the cluster of hidden weapons that were not far away from them. Coughing softly, Han Mingyue wiped the blood from her lips. She looked at Su Zuoti, who was looking at her helplessly. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and sadness. "Prince," Su Zuoti called out softly, with some hesitation, because she found that Genom of Gojoseon, who had pulled the dagger out of his chest, was looking at her with a gaze that she had never seen before. It wasn't anger or anything, but it made her feel inexplicably uneasy. Even she did not expect that Yi Li would fall off the cliff so easily. While she was overjoyed, she also felt a strange sense of unreality. At the same time, Zhuo Jing and the others were staring at her like poisonous snakes. She knew that at this moment, she had to follow Genom of Gojoseon closely. Otherwise, no one would be able to save her. "Prince, these people, should we?" A gold-robed guard at the side asked carefully. Genom of Gojoseon glanced at Zhuo Jing and the others. He said in a low voice, "No need. Leave immediately. Don't waste a moment." This time, although they had found Yi Li, they had not been able to capture her. Not only did they not have the bargaining chip they had expected, but they had also formed an unresolvable blood feud with Mo Xiuyao. Genom of Gojoseon knew that Mo Xiuyao was also rushing here. They had suffered heavy losses in Hangzhou. It would not be a good thing to face Mo Xiuyao at this time. With a wave of his hand, Genom of Gojoseon walked past Zhuo Jing and the others into the forest. Su Zuoti quickly grabbed his arm and looked at him pitifully. "Prince," slaps. A slap landed hard on Su Zuoti's beautiful face. Su Zuoti fell to the ground and rolled to the side due to the huge inertia. Genom of Gojoseon's cold and emotionless voice could be heard. "Imperial consort Qingrong Bai Long has suddenly fallen ill." After saying that, he walked into the forest without looking back. The gold-robed guards following behind Genom of Gojoseon did not dare to look at the beautiful woman who had fallen to the ground. Prince's meaning was very clear. He did not want to see this woman again. No matter how lustful they did not dare to bring this woman along with them. No. Su Zuoti shook her head frantically. She had never thought that this would be the result. And this kind of acceptance also foreshadowed the tragic fate that would befall her in the future. "No, don't, Your Highness." Unfortunately, the gold-robed guards left just as quickly as they came. In just a short while, they had completely disappeared into the forest. Zhuo Jing stood up and glanced coldly at the woman on the ground. He said in a cold voice, "Tie this bitch up and wait for Prince to deal with her." After saying that, he took back the rope that Yi Li had prepared to use to cross the cliff and threw it down the cliff. Wei Lin at the side also took out the rope that he carried with him and made the same preparations. Mo Hua looked at them silently and only spat out 2 words. "Be careful." Zhuo Jing nodded and jumped down the cliff with Wei Lin while holding onto the rope. The bottom of the cliff was still silent, but the atmosphere on the cliff was so heavy that it made it hard for people to breathe. Han Mingyue did not care about his sorry state. He leaned tiredly against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. His white shoulder was covered in scarlet spots and his entire shoulder seemed to be numb. Although he had just taken the antidote found on Su Zuoti's body, he still did not have the strength to move his body. Su Zuoti was thrown to the side after her pressure points were sealed without any mercy. At this time, she was crying miserably as she looked at Han Mingyue. Unfortunately, even if Han Mingyue had a trace of pity in his heart, he was powerless at this time. Mo Hua stood silently at the edge of the cliff. If not for his black hair fluttering in the wind, one would almost think that he was a statue and not a person. Chapter 370. An hour later, the foot of the mountain was once again in an uproar. Vaguely, countless torches could be seen surrounding the side. The imperial court soldiers are about to arrive. Supporting her heavily injured body, Han Mingyue stood up and leaned against the tree to look at Emo Hua. Emo Hua's expression turned cold, a mocking smile on his lips. So, what if they come up? Wang Fei was not here. Their lives and deaths did not matter to the situation. But soon, another row of torches appeared at the foot of the mountain. Then, they split into several fire dragons and moved up the mountain at an extremely fast speed. This was a movement that Emo Hua was familiar with. Emo Hua's lips moved, and a bitter smile flashed across her lips. What was the use of coming now? Prince, you came too late. Soon, there was the sound of weapons clashing at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, a dark shadow rushed out of the woods in the night and went straight to the edge of the cliff. He grabbed Han Mingyue, who was standing closest to him against a tree, and asked sternly, "Where is Junwei? Where did Junwei go?" Han Mingyue's lips moved, but she could not speak. His gaze slowly moved to the edge of the forest. Emo Xiaoyao quickly flew out of the forest. Before he landed, his gaze swept across the entire cliff and finally landed on Emo Hua. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is Wang Fei?" Emo Hua silently knelt on the ground. A long time later, he said hoarsely, "This subordinate is useless." Wang Fei fell off the cliff. Emo Xiaoyao's upright body swayed, and a thread of blood appeared at the corner of his lips. His already pale and tired face became pale and green. He lowered his head and carelessly wiped the blood at the corner of his lips. But quickly, more blood came out of his mouth. Emo Hua's expression changed dramatically. He did not care that he was kneeling and begging for forgiveness. He stood and went forward to support the other. Emo Xiaoyao waved his hand and swept Emo Hua to the side. "Where did Zhu Jing and Wei Lin go?" Emo Hua lowered his head and said, "They went down the cliff." Emo Xiaoyao waved his hand, and the Mahist army that followed him out of the forest did not need him to say anything. They all took whatever rope they could find and went down the cliff. Emo Xiaoyao looked at the injured people at the edge of the cliff, and his gaze paused on Han Mingyue for a moment. He walked to the edge of the cliff, and before anyone could react, he jumped down from the edge of the cliff, as if he had fallen into a boundless sea of clouds. When Feng Xiao appeared at the top of the cliff in a flustered and exasperated manner, his heart sank when he saw the scene in front of him. In the end, he was still too late. He stared blankly at the slightly brighter horizon. The white horizon seemed to be dyed with a faint red color, giving rise to an ominous feeling from the bottom of his heart. In the boundless night sky, because dawn was about to arrive, the stars in the sky had gradually dimmed. Then, a few stars flashed with a strange dark red light. Feng Xiao stood at the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back. The 7 banes of the army destroyer were in the sky. The world was in chaos. It was not until noon of the second day that people gradually came up from the bottom of the cliff. But looking at the expressions of the people, Feng Xiao's originally not much hope seemed to be on the verge of collapse. When a dark red figure rushed up from the bottom of the cliff, everyone jumped in fright. Han Mingxi glared at the bottom of the cliff with a face full of hatred. Soon, another person jumped up from below. When he landed, he almost tripped, and his body swayed a bit before he steadied himself. He coldly stared at Han Mingxi standing at the side, and coldly said, "Han Mingxi, you think I don't dare to kill you?" Han Mingyue's heart went cold, and she somewhat imperceptibly blocked in front of Han Mingxi. He understood the man in front of him far better than Han Mingxi. He didn't know what Emo Xiaoyao had seen at the bottom of the cliff, but in just half a day, Emo Xiaoyao's aura had undergone a tremendous change. If the previous Emo Xiaoyao was a treasured sword hidden in a sheath, then the current Emo Xiaoyao was a bloodthirsty blade. Han Mingyue had seen Emo Xiaoyao at almost every stage. When he was young, he was heroic and radiant, like a blazing sun. When he was young, he was restrained and restrained, seemingly gentle and elegant, but in reality, he was cold and indifferent. But the current Emo Xiaoyao, even if he didn't do anything, was enough to make Han Mingyue tremble in fear. That pair of gentle and cold eyes carried a faint scarlet and unconcealed ruthlessness, as if he wanted to tear apart anything he saw at any time. Mo Xiuyao's thin figure was straighter than usual, but it was filled with a dangerous aura. It made him seem incomparably weak, but also as if he could make the world die with just a raise of his hand. Han Mingxi sneered and said, "Do you think this young master is afraid of you? Go ahead and kill. You, the country's stabilizing prince, are a peerless genius with unrivaled divine skills." When Junwei was guarding the northwest and facing off against Lei Jinting, what were you doing? When Junwei was being chased to the point where she had nowhere to go, what were you doing? When Junwei was pregnant and fell off the cliff, what were you doing? Mo Xiuyao, are you still a man? You trash. Pooh. Han Mingxi's words seemed to have broken through something that had been suppressed since last night. A mouthful of blood was spat out from Mo Xiuyao's mouth. Feng Zhiyao's doppelganger flew over. Prince. Mo Xiuyao's face was as white as paper, but he did not fall down, and just stared at Feng Zhiyao. Li is pregnant? Feng Zhiyao's lips moved. There was a sharp pain in his throat, and he could only nod with difficulty. Mo Xiuyao's expression was both happy and sad, but he could not seem to speak. The dark red blood seemed to be unable to stop flowing down his lips. Deep worry flashed through Feng Zhiyao's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Prince, take care of your body. Wang Fei. Wang Fei's great revenge." Feng Zhiyao did not say empty words like maybe Wang Fei would be fine. Something that even he himself did not believe could not convince Mo Xiuyao. And those people who had harmed Wang Fei, Feng Zhiyao sighed inside. Those people had to die. Otherwise, even Prince would not be able to live. On the edge of the cliff that was not very wide, everyone was silent and did not dare to speak. They were afraid that if they broke the silence, it would bring about an unstoppable and terrifying result. From yesterday until now, the people on the cliff had not eaten or drunk, but now no one felt hungry or thirsty. Mo Xiuyao knelt on the ground and reported everything that had happened in the past 2 days in detail to Mo Xiuyao. At the same time, the other people also learned of the situation at the bottom of the cliff. There was a raging river at the bottom of the cliff. After dawn, the mist had dissipated, and there were no obstacles on the 2 sides of the cliff. In other words, Wang Fei Li must have fallen into the river. Then the raging water made it impossible to predict where the person who had fallen into the water would be taken to. Feng Zhiyao stood and ordered his subordinates to take a large group of people to search along the river. Han Mingyue carefully looked at the man who seemed to be calmly listening to Han Mingyue's words. The danger under that calmness made Han Mingyue's heart tremble. At this time, Mo Xiuyao was like a bloodthirsty blade. Even the slightest touch would cause people to bleed. Finally, when Mo Xiuyao's gaze slowly moved towards Su Zuidi started to sob in fear. She had never realized that Mo Xiuyao could become so terrifying. Those eyes that she had once been so infatuated with were now as terrifying as a nightmare. When Mo Xiuyao stood up and walked in front of her, she could only helplessly shake her head. Woo-woo. Sure. Let me go, I beg you. Woo-woo. At this moment, Su Zuidi suddenly realized that killing Yi Li might be the biggest mistake she had made in her life. Woo-woo. I didn't kill Yi Li. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 371. Mo Xiuyao crouched down in front of her and looked closely at her crying face. Under that kind of gaze, Su Zuidi found that she couldn't even cry. After a long time, she heard Mo Xiuyao ask softly, "You want to use a hidden weapon to kill Li Li?" Su Zuidi didn't dare to answer. Mo Xiuyao clearly had no interest in her answer. He pulled open her sleeve and revealed the hidden weapon tied to her wrist. Storm pear blossom needles? He casually pulled off the box of hidden weapons on her wrist and slowly pressed it down under everyone's gaze. Ah! Su Zuidi's scream rang through the forest. The last storm pear blossom needles in the box shot into Su Zuidi's arm that had been holding the hidden weapon. Her originally fair and beautiful jade arm suddenly became dripping with blood, a tragic sight to behold. Xiaoyao. Han Mingyue couldn't bear to look away. In the end, this was the woman he had loved for more than a decade. He couldn't help but speak. You want to plead for her? Mo Xiaoyao looked back at him and said with a cold smile, Han Mingyue, this time, you can only choose to die with her, or let her die by herself. Seeing that you are injured in order to save Li, I'll let you go.
Princess Ding hasn't.
Han Mingyue struggled to say something, but any words were empty and powerless in front of Mo Xiaoyao. Even if Li is standing here safe and sound, it is not a reason for her to die. But don't worry, I will not let her die so quickly. Feng San, take her to Qin Feng. Qin Feng will know how to use her. Feng Xiao nodded silently. For the first time in his life, he felt a thread of sympathy for this woman that he hated. What could Qin Feng's team, which was called Qi Lin by the prince and princess consort, do with a woman who was hated by the prince?
Feng Xiao knew a little about it.
Under the hands of those people, even the toughest person would cry and beg for mercy in less than 3 days. Without Prince's permission, she couldn't even die even if she wanted to. Prince Lei Jinting has already returned to the northwest with his gold-robed guards. This subordinate has already sent people to pursue them. At the foot of the mountain, how should we deal with the captives? Prince, please advise us. Mo Xiaoyao asked calmly, how many? Feng Xiao reported, altogether there are more than 6,500 men, among which there are 7 lieutenants, 3 deputy generals, and 1 general stationed in the city. It's Ruyang Cheng's general, Qi Shaowu. Kill them all. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, without the slightest hesitation. Feng Xiao stilled slightly and quickly reacted. He said in a low voice, this subordinate obeys. Yunzhou Lishan Academy before dawn. Master Qingyun, who was over 70 years old, held the hand of his youngest grandson as they strolled along the corridor. Su Hongyu's expression was calm as he accompanied his father. Father, why are you up so early? Looking at the dark sky, Su Hongyu's face showed a thread of worry and concern. Master Qingyun waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I just don't know why I woke up in the middle of the night, but I can't sleep anymore. Su Hongyu thought and said, Father, are you worried about Li Er? Master Qingyun sighed and said, Father hasn't seen Li Er for many years. This child has been different from her mother since she was young. Now these years you have suffered. Seeming to think of something, Master Qingyun looked at his son with a gaze full of love and guilt. If it wasn't for the Su family, if it wasn't for his father's reputation, how could his son only be able to stay in the academy and teach students? Other people struggled because they didn't have a good family background, but Su Hongyu was burdened by his family background. Master Qingyun knew very well that his eldest son's talent and strategy were not below his. More importantly, his eldest son even had ambitions that he didn't have. Father, what are you saying? I am also a famous scholar. How can you talk about suffering? Master Qingyun waved his hand and continued to walk forward. He said, How can I not know what you are worried about? The Su family is not blindly loyal to the imperial court and the royal family. Rather, we have no choice but to be loyal. Su Qingyan looked at his grandfather in confusion. Master Qingyan smiled and said, Qingyan, you don't understand? Su Qingyan said respectfully, Grandfather, please enlighten me. Master Qingyan sighed and said, Scholars can cause chaos in the country, but they can't overturn the power. Since ancient times, how many scholars have you seen that overturned the world? This is also why the emperors of the past always valued the civil and despised the military. Because they knew that even if there were traitors among the civil officials, it would be difficult to truly overturn the imperial power. And our Su family can't do that. Hongyu, when you agreed to the marriage between Li Er and Prince Ding, did you think about the current situation? Su Hongyu was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, Father, please forgive me.
I did think about it.
Master Qingyan shook his head and said, I'm not saying that you did wrong. The dispute between the royal family and the Ding king's residence can't be avoided. No matter what, this generation will inevitably end, whether it's the Ding King's residence or the current emperor. It's not wrong for you to link the Su family and the Ding King's residence together. Once the Ding King's residence is destroyed, even if the royal family doesn't do anything to the Su family, the only thing waiting for the Su family is withering day by day. Although I'm old, I don't want my children and grandchildren to be as depressed as you and Hong Yan. Su Hongyu was slightly moved. He lowered his head to cover his slightly red eyes and said, "I've made you worry, father." Holding the railing of the corridor, Master Qingyun pointed to the distant sky and sighed. The Emperor's star is dim, the army destroyer's 7 evil spirits are in the sky, and the ominous star in the northwest has appeared. The world is doomed to chaos. Yes, father. Standing next to his father, Su Hongyu said in a deep voice. He, who was also proficient in astrology, naturally understood everything that Master Qingyun saw. Only Su Qingyan looked at the slightly brightening sky with a blank face and scratched his head. Hongyu, remember, the Su family's family motto has never been to be loyal to a monarch, but Su Hongyu made an excuse and said, Hongyu understands. The Su family's motto is to govern the world in chaos and save the people from fire and water. Your son doesn't dare to forget. The 10th month of this year was definitely a day that the entire world would remember. For example, Prince Li Mo Jingli joined forces with Nan Zhao and Xiling to attack the De Chu state. For example, Prince Ding personally led the 500,000 Mahist army to meet the 3 allied forces. For example, the 16-year-old Princess Ding oversaw the Northwest as a daughter. On the 15th and 16th of October, she completely annihilated the Xiling army in Hangzhou, the last line of defense in the northwest of De Chu state. At this point, the 200,000 Xiling army that confronted Princess Ding in the northwest were completely annihilated. Genum of Gojoseon of Xiling fled in panic. When this news spread, the world was shocked. For example, when Princess Ding confronted Genum of Gojoseon of Xiling, she even divided her army into 2 groups. With only 30,000 soldiers and horses, she blocked the valley that De Chu state had to pass through in the northwest. It was difficult to advance or retreat. Princess Ding's personal guard, Qin Feng, led a team of a few dozen people called Qilin. They appeared and disappeared like ghosts. Every time the Mahist army attacked or intercepted, Qilin would be the vanguard. He was invincible. On the 17th of October, the grain that was escorted by the Xiling reinforcements to De Chu state was burned into a pile of ashes. A huge Qilin flame rose into the sky amidst the flames. At this point, the Qilin became famous after this battle, and the whole world knew about it. The 300,000 Xiling army lost all their grain and had to retreat to the border of Xiling in panic. Chapter 372. However, these were not the most important pieces of news. The most shocking news was that on the 16th of October, Princess Ding fell off a cliff in the stopping Cloud Mountain range between Hangzhou City and Ruyang City in De Chu state. Her whereabouts were unknown. What was even more strange was that at that time, it was not the enemy that was guarding the foot of the mountain, but more than 7,000 De Chu state soldiers. After the incident, Prince Ding was furious. The 7,000 soldiers, including all the generals, were all executed. Not a single one was spared. It was said that the bright red blood dyed the wide river at the foot of the mountain red. Once this news came out, the world naturally discussed it. Some scolded Prince Ding for being cruel and killing the innocent. Some defended Prince Ding, saying that someone was slandering him. There were even some who secretly guessed that Princess Ding's disappearance had something to do with the 7,000 soldiers. However, no matter how the world discussed it, the Mahist army and Prince Ding, who had already re-entered Hangzhou City, did not express anything. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with them. When the news reached the Chu capital, it was the morning court session. The hall was completely silent. Everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly as they carefully waited for the emperor's decree with a twisted expression on his face. Mo Jingqi almost could not hold the booklet in his hands. It was unknown whether it was from anger or fear, but his hands were trembling nonstop. After a long time, he roared, "Impudent! Mo Xiaoyao, how dare you? He killed 7,000 soldiers without saying a word. Is he trying to rebel?" His Highness, a few old officials lowered their heads and twitched their mouths without leaving a trace. "Your Majesty, did you not see the main point? Princess Ding might be dead." With the importance Prince Ding placed on Princess Ding and Princess Ding's reputation in the Mahist army and even the entire Dechu state, do you really think that 7,000 people is a big deal? Also, even if you really think that Prince Ding wants to rebel, you don't have to say it in front of the civil and military officials. Your Majesty, Prince Ding has executed 7,000 soldiers and several generals of the imperial court without permission. This is truly treason. If we don't punish him severely, the soldiers of Dechu state and the common people will be bitterly disappointed. Would your Majesty please issue an edict to punish Prince Ding severely? Prime Minister Liu, who is currently in the limelight, stepped forward and asked. The other ministers who were Mo Jingqi's trusted aides also stepped out to support the proposal. Mo Xiaoyao was about to speak when someone suddenly stepped out. Your Majesty, you can't. Mo Jingqi looked up. It was indeed the old minister, Su Zhe, who was over 60 years old. Mo Jingqi's expression darkened slightly, calmly asking, "Elder Su, what do you think?" Su Zhe bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, King Ding's concubine has been killed. King Ding must be extremely sad and indignant at this time. We can only appease him and not pressure him." Prime Minister Liu turned to look at Su Zhe and said mockingly, "Don't tell me that the 7,000 soldiers died in vain? Elder Su, you are also a scholar. You should understand that if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Besides, this Prince Ding is only your Majesty's subject. We naturally express our deep condolences for Princess Ding's death. Could it be that Princess Ding's life is a life and those 7,000 soldiers are weeds?" These words were indeed dignified, but which one of those who could stand in the imperial court was a bookworm who only knew how to read? A prince breaking the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner? If this rule could really be fulfilled, the domineering Liu family should have been exterminated long ago. Su Zhe looked at Prime Minister Liu and sighed softly. He continued to speak to Mo Jingqi. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Now that the Dechu state is in chaos, His Highness Prince Ding acted unfairly this time. But now, the Dechu state can't do without His Highness. Your Majesty, please forgive His Highness Prince Ding's mistake." Prime Minister Liu snorted. "Can't do without His Highness Prince Ding? Could it be that all the civil and military officials of the Great Chu dynasty are useless? Could it be that the Great Chu dynasty can't do without Prince Ding?" Su Zhe said lightly, "I've heard that Lord Liu's manor has a general. But I don't know how many soldiers General Liu can lead and what achievements he has. Can he replace Prince Ding to pacify the war in the northwest?" Prime Minister Liu's face turned green and white. Mo Jingqi slapped the table heavily, angrily saying, "Enough! Do you think the imperial court is a place to bicker? All of you, shut up. Pass down my decree. Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao, killed the innocent without permission. He is deceiving the emperor. Remembering the merits of our ancestors, I pardon his death. Prince Ding will be given the title of duke, and his salary will be deducted for 3 years." As soon as he said this, the hall was silent. It took a long time for someone to react. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." "Shut up. I've made up my mind." The news from the imperial court quickly spread to the imperial harem. Empress Hua was originally receiving the worship of the concubines and the madams. When she heard the news from her trusted maid, she couldn't help but feel dizzy. Her body swayed, but she finally sat firm. She waved her hand to let the concubines and madams who didn't know what had happened leave. Then she asked in a low voice, "Is this true?" The maid said in a low voice, "The news just came from the imperial court." I'm afraid that the Emperor's decree has already left the capital. The Empress weakly fell back into the phoenix chair, murmuring in a low voice, "He's crazy." "Princess Ding. Princess Ding," the maid said, "our family has also received the news. I'm afraid that Princess Ding's life is in danger." The Empress thought of the gentlewoman she had seen several times. She looked gentle and graceful, but always had a feeling of intimacy and a calming aura. That woman stunned the world on the Northwest battlefield, but the next moment, she withered away. Sure enough, heaven was jealous of her beauty. Very quickly, the Empress regained her composure. Restraining the expression on her face, she said, "Personally leave the palace and meet with my father. Tell him that the Hua family is of utmost importance." "There is no need to worry about I," the maid hesitantly looked at the Empress. The Empress waved her hand and said, "Go. Father will understand my intentions." The maid worriedly withdrew. Only then did the Empress lean against the phoenix chair and deeply sigh. Her beautiful face was filled with worry and helplessness. "Imperial Mother?" Princess Chengel ran into the hall with small steps. Seeing the exhausted expression on her mother's face, she worriedly asked, "Imperial Mother, what's wrong? Did something happen?" The Empress pulled Princess Chengel into her embrace, gently patting her back and softly saying, "It's nothing. Nothing will happen. Good child. Imperial Mother will arrange everything for you." Although the Empress was unwilling to speak clearly, Princess Chengel knew in her heart that something big must have happened. Obediently leaning into the Empress's embrace, she said, "Chengel will also protect Imperial Mother. Chengel wants Imperial Mother and Chengel to be safe and sound together." Good child. Hangzhou City, although it was still the governor's residence, the atmosphere was completely different. Unlike Xinyang, other than a few city gates, Hangzhou City's losses were negligible. What caused people to tremble with fear was the bloody battle that had lasted for 1 day and 1 night. By the time the reinforcements arrived at Hangzhou City, the original 30,000 Mahist army had been reduced to a little more than 10,000 soldiers. As for the 70,000 Shilling soldiers, they had been reduced to less than 30,000 soldiers. The entire city reeked of blood. With every step, the ground would be stained with dark red blood. The corpses were quickly removed and disposed of. The blood-stained streets were quickly cleaned up. Apart from the faint smell of blood that permeated the air, everything seemed to have returned to how it had been before the great battle. However, on the city gate tower, within the governor's residence, there was no longer that seemingly leisurely blue-clothed woman who made people feel at ease. As for the other leader of the Mahist army, he was still in a deep sleep, unconscious. Chapter 373. In the deepest courtyard of the governor's manor, Feng Jiao was restlessly pacing back and forth in his room. Looking at Xinyang, who was sitting by the bed taking his pulse, he asked irritably, "Mr. Xin, when will the prince wake up?" Ever since that day when he came down from the mountain, Mo Xiaoyao's body, which was not healthy to begin with, could not take the stress and fatigue of the past few days. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fell off the back of the horse. From then on, he did not wake up. But the people searching for the Wang Fei did not dare to stop. Feng Jiao sent out tens of thousands of people every day to follow the river downstream and even upstream to search. But after 7 or 8 days, there was still no news. Feng Jiao knew in his heart that there really was no hope. Xinyang turned his head to look at him and shook his head. Feng Jiao rushed forward and grabbed him. "What do you mean by shaking your head?" Xinyang said, "When the prince will wake up, it is not up to me to decide." Feng Jiao laughed dryly. "What do you mean? You're not telling me that the prince doesn't want to live anymore?" Xinyang shook his head. "That's not it. If the prince really wants to die, then he does not deserve to be Mo Liufeng's son. What I'm saying is that the prince's body does not allow him to wake up. The poison in his body has not been cleared, his body is weak, and he has been sick for a long time. Now he has reached an extremely dangerous point. Once His Highness wakes up, he will definitely be enraged. There is no need for him to think of anything. His body will completely collapse. Feng Jiao did not care about his demeanor. He angrily grabbed his hair and said, "Then what should we do now? I can hold on for 2 or 3 days, 10 days to half a month. If the prince does not wake up after a long time, what will we do? What will the Mahist army do? What will the Northwest do?" Xinyang rolled his eyes and expressionlessly said, "I am a doctor. If you ask me, who will I ask? Mo Xiuyao hasn't woken up yet." Han Mingxi walked in with a solemn expression, glancing at the person on the bed. Feng Jiao frowned and looked at him. "Young Master Han, please conduct yourself with dignity." Han Mingxi sneered. "Conduct myself with dignity? Respect my ass." When something happened to Li Li, he just lay in bed and pretended to be dead. "Get out of the way." Feng Jiao stood in front of him and said in a low voice, "Young Master Han, I respect you as a good friend of the princess consort and will give you some leeway. Don't be ungrateful." Han Mingxi was so angry that he laughed. "You still remember your princess consort? How rare. Mo Xiuyao, if you can still breathe, then get up for me. Junwei is truly unlucky to have met you." Feng Jiao still wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Xinyang, who was standing to the side. Xinyang shook his head and signaled to Feng Jiao to stand to the side and not interfere. Han Mingxi snorted and walked to the side of the bed to look down at the man whose face was as white as paper. No matter how he looked at him, he was not pleasing to the eye. If it wasn't for this man, would Junwei, a young lady from a noble family, need to risk her life on the battlefield? Would she need to be forced to the point where she couldn't even properly recover after being pregnant? All of this was caused by Mo Xiuyao's incompetence. "You continue to sleep. Sleep until you die. This young master will take revenge for Junwei." Humph. Coward, idiot, trash. Feng Jiao stared dumbfoundedly at Han Mingyue, who used all the curses he knew to scold Mo Xiuyao from the beginning to the end without any pause. Feng Jiao's expression was stiff, and he didn't know how to react. Heavens above, no one had scolded the Prince of Ding Country since the establishment of the Ding Country's royal residence. It seemed that he had finally vented the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for the past few days. Han Mingxi's complexion was obviously much better. He cast a glance at Mo Xiuyao and snorted, "If you want to play dead, then continue to play dead. This young master won't serve you anymore." After that, he left like a gust of wind. Feng Jiao blinked his eyes and looked at Xinyang with empty eyes. Xinyang looked at the person on the bed, shook his head, and turned to leave. Early in the morning, Feng Jiao was anxiously called by the guards to Mo Xiuyao's courtyard. There was no other reason. When the guards who served the prince in the morning entered the door, they discovered that the person who was supposed to be unconscious on the bed had disappeared. Under the protection of hundreds of shadow guards and the protection of hundreds of thousands of Mahist army inside and outside the city, the prince had actually disappeared without a trace. This made everyone panic. Rushing into the courtyard, Feng Jiao couldn't care about anything else as he kicked open the half-closed door and rushed in. However, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the room where the prince had supposedly disappeared, the bed was still empty. But there was a thin and tall figure standing by the window in the side hall. What shocked Feng Jiao was the blinding white hair behind the figure. "Prince! Prince?" Coming back to his senses, Feng Jiao shouted towards the door. "Invite Mr. Shen over." Mo Xiuyao turned his head and looked at the person in front of him. Feng Jiao felt his heart ache. The silver hair casually fell around Mo Xiuyao's neck and made the already thin person appear even thinner and paler. But his mental state seemed to be unusually good. He did not have the situation that Xinyang had predicted would cause his body to break down due to his rage. In Feng Jiao's view, his body seemed to be much better than before Wang Fei's accident. However, there was now a sharp glint in his eyes, which were originally warm and cold. Feng Jiao couldn't help but think of the blood-quenching knife light. It seemed that there was a terrifying beast hidden under that calmness. If one day it broke out. Feng Jiao's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to think further. Prince, are you all right?" The corners of Emo Xiaoyao's lips lifted slightly, but Feng Jiao couldn't feel the slightest hint of a smile. He only heard him ask coolly, "How many days have I slept?" Feng Jiao's heart trembled. 9 days. Is there any news of Li? Feng Jiao lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Wang Fei has great fortune. She will definitely turn misfortune into fortune. Then it is useless." Emo Xiaoyao said coolly, "Great fortune. Turn misfortune into fortune? I do not believe in ghosts or gods, and do not pray to the heavens. If she dies, I will turn this world into a purgatory and use the mountains and rivers as a sacrifice for her." Feng Ziyao's heart shook and he shook his head in defeat. If Emo Xiaoyao was mad, depressed, or grieving, what could he say to comfort him? But facing the man who calmly said such shocking words, he could not say anything. He did not know what to say, or rather, he did not dare. The room was silent. After a long time, Emo Xiaoyao said, "Tell I about Li Li." Feng Jiao didn't know what to say, but he had no choice but to say it. Thus, he recounted everything that had happened since Emo Xiaoyao left. He recalled everything that had happened in detail. When he could not avoid mentioning the child that was almost 2 months old, Feng Jiao silently glanced at the silver-haired man by the window. Other than seeing his hand tightly gripping the window frame in front of him, there was not a ripple on his calm face. Shenyang hurriedly came in with a medicine box. Feng Jiao immediately closed his mouth and moved to the side of the door. Shenyang stood at the door and stilled when he saw the person by the window. It was clear that the situation in front of him was not within his expectations. It was not that a person's hair turned white overnight had not been recorded before, but to see it with his own eyes was another matter. On the other hand, Shenyang somewhat understood why Emo Xiaoyao could stand on his own after waking up so quickly and not lie in bed with an even weaker body. The anger, resentment, pain, and grief in his heart did not leave even when he was unconscious, which was why his hair turned white. But in the end, it was released. As long as Prince Ding did not overindulge his temper and emotions, he was temporarily safe. As long as there was time, he would find a way to completely cure him. Thinking of this, Shenyang let out a sigh of relief. He walked forward and said in a low voice, "Prince, please allow this one to take your pulse." Chapter 374. Emo Xiaoyao did not object. He casually sat down on a chair by the window and placed his wrist on the table. Shenyang stepped forward to check his pulse. He looked at Emo Xiaoyao with some confusion and frowned. "Prince's body is fine for now. However, I ask that Prince not be too tired."
Take care.
"Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Shen." Emo Xiaoyao nodded. This time, Shenyang also noticed that something was wrong with Emo Xiaoyao. Emo Xiaoyao was not a patient that was hard to take care of, but he was definitely not a patient that would listen to a doctor's advice. Seeing how seriously Emo Xiaoyao was listening to his advice, for some reason, made him feel uneasy. "These days, Prince, I'm afraid his mental state has been hurt. This one will prescribe some medicine. Prince, take it as a hint." "I understand." Emo Xiaoyao nodded. He thought for a moment and lifted the white hair on his shoulder to take a look. "I asked Mr. Shen to help me prepare some medicine to cover up my white hair." Shenyang paused and nodded. This subordinate obeys. Reporting to Prince, an envoy from the capital, the guard outside the door reported. Emo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Let him in." "This one, Assistant Minister Lu Tsongyun, greets Your Highness Prince Ding." This time, the envoy who came to deliver the decree was clearly different from the previous unlucky official. At least, just from the extravagance, it was clear that the two were completely different. An assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments from the Lu clan was accompanied by several generals, not to mention the 3,000 elite soldiers and a few hundred guards who were blocked outside the city. Feng Jiao, who was standing to the side, tugged at the corners of his lips. A mocking smile flashed in his eyes. What did Emo Jingqi mean by this? On the seat, Emo Xiaoyao's face was still somewhat pale. However, it was impossible to tell that he was still lying unconscious on the bed. His white hair also returned to its original black color with the potion provided by Shenyang. Coupled with a faint smile on his handsome face, Mo Xiuyao really didn't look like a man whose beloved wife had just fallen off a cliff and disappeared. Lu Songyun looked at Prince Ding, who was seated, and frowned slightly. She felt a little uneasy because of Prince Ding's unexpected behavior. Therefore, even though he came with the order to reprimand Mo Xiuyao, he still respectfully went up to greet him. "Lord Lu, please don't stand on ceremony." Mo Xiuyao smiled calmly and pointed to the seat beside him. "Lord Lu, please sit." Lu Songyun looked somewhat cautiously at Mo Xiuyao. She couldn't see any emotion in his calm and deep eyes. She could only stand and thank him. She sat down beside Mo Xiuyao. Mo Xiuyao glanced at Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao smiled and sat down opposite Lu Songyun. Not long after, the general stationed in Hangzhou City also arrived and sat down. Lu Songyun looked at the situation in front of her and her smile stiffened. Mo Xiuyao leisurely put down his teacup and smiled at Lu Songyun. "Lord Lu, I haven't been feeling well recently and couldn't personally welcome the saint at the city gates. Please forgive me." Seeing Mo Xiuyao smile so amiably, Lu Songyun felt her hair stand on end. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Prince is joking. The princess consort's matter. The princess consort is a unique woman. Heaven helps the worthy. Prince, please do not worry." Mo Xiuyao stilled slightly and then quickly smiled. He nodded and said, "Lord Lu is right. I's Princess Li is truly a unique woman." Feng Xiao also had a relaxed smile as he praised Princess Consort for her virtue, talent, and beauty, and how she had led the Mahist army to defeat the Shilling army. Lu Songyun could only smile and praise Yi Li's merits. For a moment, she didn't know how to speak. Fortunately, Mo Xiuyao did not sit here to have people praise his princess consort. Before Lu Songyun could continue, he calmly changed the topic. "I remember that Lord Lu is the grandson of Prime Minister Lu. Will Prime Minister Lu come in?" Lu Songyun replied cautiously, "Grandfather is healthy and often misses Prince's hard work on the campaign." Mo Xiuyao smiled faintly and said, "I also learned much from Prime Minister Lu when I was young. I is also very gratified that the old Prime Minister is healthy. Right, for the Emperor to send Lord Lu, the future patriarch of the Lu family, there must be an important matter. I hope that I do not have a personal matter with Lord Lu." Lu Songyun didn't dare to say it. He felt a slight bitterness in his mouth. At this moment, the atmosphere was so good that he didn't know how to take out the Emperor's decree. If Mo Xiuyao hadn't taken the initiative to ask, he might not have found a chance to announce it until the end. Of course, he could have just announced the decree as soon as he arrived, but Lu Songyun was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. He had been raised as the future head of the family since he was young. He was not someone ordinary people could compare to. Lu Songyun didn't believe that there was nothing fishy about Wang Jingchuan's death. He also understood Wang Jingchuan's personality and conduct. Thus, he was even more careful about this task that he didn't want to do. He didn't dare to show any arrogance in front of Prince Ding. Standing up, Lu Songyun raised his hands in salute to Mo Xiuyao and said, "This official has indeed brought the Emperor's decree. Would Your Highness Prince Ding please accept the decree?" Mo Xiuyao smiled in response, but he didn't show any intention of moving from his chair. Not to mention getting up to greet him. He didn't even have the intention to sit up straight to show his respect. It wasn't just Mo Xiuyao. Even the generals sitting below didn't show any intention of moving. Lu Songyun's lips twitched. He pretended not to see anything. He had come to announce the decree, not to protect the Emperor's dignity. As long as he could return to the capital alive, he could complain to the Emperor however he wanted. However, the prerequisite was that he could return alive after reading the decree. Lu Songyun turned his head and took the bright yellow cloth from the box from the attendant beside him. He unfolded it and read in a clear voice, "By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees, Prince Ding, Mo Xiuyao, has willfully murdered the innocent. He has deceived the emperor. Jean remembers the merits of our ancestors and pardons his death sentence. Prince Ding will be conferred the title of Junwang, and his salary will be forfeited for 3 years. The hall was completely silent. Lu Songyun could clearly feel the unfriendly gazes of the people around him. He also felt the faint traces of sweat in his hands as he held the decree. Doing his best to appear calm and composed, Lu Songyun closed the bright yellow cloth and walked forward. Prince Ding, please accept the decree. Mo Xiuyao gently waved his sleeve, and the bright yellow decree landed in his hand. Mo Xiuyao opened it and looked at the familiar handwriting on it. His handsome eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to be deep in thought for a long time. The smile on his lips became more obvious and made people feel even colder. Feng Zhiao, who was sitting closest to him, squeezed himself deeper into his chair. The other generals all looked down and pretended not to see anything. Demoted to Junwang, forfeited for 3 years? Mo Xiuyao's voice quietly sounded in the hall. There seemed to be a strange smile in his voice. Is this what the emperor wants to say? Lu Songyun's heart broke out in cold sweat. He respectfully said, reporting to Prince Ding, the emperor doesn't have any other intentions. It's just that the emperor has to give the people of the world an explanation for this matter. Chapter 375. Mo Xiuyao raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, did the emperor not mention the military power of the Mahist army? King Ding's manor, no. King Ding's manor clearly has more subordinates than King Ding's manor? Lu Songyun's heart jumped. The emperor had indeed mentioned this, and hinted that it would be best if he could take it back from Prince Ding. He had even promised that he would promote him to Minister of Appointments. However, in Lu Songyun's heart, she had no intention of mentioning this to Prince Ding. Compared to the position of minister that he would get sooner or later, it was more important to not anger Prince Ding and return alive. Even though the Lu family had always been loyal to the emperor, in Lu Songyun's mind, it was much easier to ask the emperor for forgiveness than to anger Prince Ding. Forcing a smile, Lu Songyun said, the emperor's decree did not mention this. This lowly official does not dare to guess the emperor's will. I think the emperor has his own decision. Mo Xiuyao nodded and said in agreement, official Lu's words are very reasonable. Logically speaking, the emperor has already sent down the edict to demote me. As officials, we should tactfully hand over those things. However, there is no choice. The things in I's hands are not convenient to hand over. However, the title of Prince Ding can be returned to the emperor. Can official Lu go back and tell the emperor that whether I am a prince or a Junwang, I do not care. In exchange for keeping the Mahist army and the Mo family's ancestral businesses, I can have all of my titles removed.
How about that?
Lu Songyun's expression changed. He naturally understood the meaning of Mo Xiuyao's words. Mo Xiuyao did not care whether he was Prince Ding or not. Even if he was a commoner, the Mahist army would only listen to Mo Xiuyao. The businesses of the Prince Ding mansion would still only be managed by Mo Xiuyao. The so-called position of Prince Ding was just an empty title. If Mo Xiuyao wanted to, he could even give himself the title of king. Prince, please calm down. His Majesty has no such intention. Mo Xiuyao sneered. That's not what I meant. Then, may I ask Sir Lu what's going on with the 600,000 soldiers that you've secretly mobilized at Feihong Pass, which is 60 li away from Riyang City? In the south, Mo Jingli, Nanzhao, and the Shilling army are advancing towards the northwest without any hindrance. What is this all about? This lowly official did not know. Please forgive me, Prince. Lu Songyun was shocked. She did not expect Prince Ding to know so clearly about these secret troop movements. Furthermore, he even knew the exact number of people who were present. Seeing his pale face, Mo Xiuyao comforted him apologetically. Lord Lu, don't worry. This time, I will definitely let you return safely. By the way, please go back and tell Marquis Muyang that he has 2 good sons, but it's a pity that he's too good at ruining them. Seeing that Muyang is a filial son, I will let you bring Muyang back with you. As for Marquis Muyang, let him wait in Ryang City. I will definitely take his life. Prince. Lu Songyun did not know what else to say. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Of course, the premise is that Marquis Muyang is still alive when Sir Lu gets back. Prince, what do you mean? Lu Songyun asked stiffly. Mo Xiaoyao tilted his head and smiled. The Mahist army is united in their desire to capture the culprit who caused Ai's beloved concubine and their mistress' disappearance to avenge her. I am very touched and cannot refuse the loyalty of the soldiers. Am I right, Lord Lu? Lu Songyun's expression changed greatly. Inwardly, he sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a heart-wrenching pain. When he had entered the city, he had seen some movement of troops, but he had thought that it was to defend against the Shilling reinforcements and the three-way coalition army that was coming from the pass. He had not thought that Prince Ding was going to take Ryang. Prince, please reconsider. Right now, the Dechu state is in chaos. Prince, please prioritize the Dechu state. The corners of Mo Xiaoyao's eyes rose slightly. He looked at him with seeming mockery and puzzlement. Prioritize the country?
What is that?
Lu Songyun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. For the prince who had protected the Dechu state for generations to say such words, it really made people spit blood. On the side, Feng Zhiyao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He hurriedly suppressed it. Had the prince learned this from Wang Fei? This was clearly Wang Fei's style of speaking. Thinking of a certain person whose life and death were unknown, his originally curved lips gradually sank. Lu Songyun said in a low voice, Prince, the Ding royal estate has protected the Dechu state for generations. Prince, you must not destroy the Ding royal estate and the Dechu state because of a moment of anger. Mo Xiaoyao nonchalantly raised his tea and said, Oh, the Dechu state's country? Isn't that Mo Jingqi's matter? As for the Ding royal estate that has protected the Dechu state for generations, I am no longer Prince Ding, but Prince Ding. Perhaps in a few days, I will be an ordinary commoner. Lu Songyun tried her best to persuade him, but he didn't seem to care at all. In the end, Lu Songyun could only helplessly leave with his men. He had to immediately return to the capital and report this news to the emperor. Seeing Lu Songyun leave in a hurry, Mo Xiaoyao did not stop him. Lowering his head to look at the imperial edict in his hand, he lightly snorted and flung the bright yellow silk to a corner of the hall. Feng Zhiao stood up and said with a smile, Prince, even if you don't like it, there is no need to throw it away. The cloth with the imperial edict is made from the best silk, the best dyers, and the best weavers. Ordinary people will never be able to touch a piece of it in their lifetime. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and agreed, that's reasonable. Then let's hang it on the city gates and let the passing commoners feast their eyes on it. Feng Zhiao put away the silk on the ground and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, asking, Prince, are we really letting Lu Songyun and Muyang leave like this? The generals present all looked at Mo Xiaoyao. It was clear that they also had doubts about this decision. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Of course, why not? Lu Songyun, this person is smarter than his father and grandfather. He has already compromised so much. If this prince still makes a move against him, wouldn't people think that this prince is narrow-minded? Of course, Lu Songyun was also more ambitious than his father and grandfather. Mo Jingqi had raised such a flexible subject who had the support of such a large family. I want to see, even without King Ding's residence, how will you maintain the harmony between the ruler and his subjects? Then Muyang. At the mention of Muyang, Feng Zhiao could not help but grit his teeth. It was not that he had a problem with Muyang, but Muyang's father, Marquis Muyang. This time, although Marquis Muyang did not personally lead the troops when the princess consort was being chased by Dechu state's troops, he was the one who commanded them. Similarly, they were also clear about the contents of the imperial edict Marquis Muyang received from Mo Jingqi. Under such circumstances, even if Muyang was killed, it was a logical thing to do. Thus, Feng Zhiao could not understand why Prince wanted to release Muyang to Marquis Muyang. A cold glint flashed in Emo Xiaoyao's eyes as he said mildly, I still have use for Muyang. As for Marquis Muyang, tell your men to be careful. Don't let him die on the battlefield. Seeing that Emo Xiaoyao clearly had his own plans, Feng Jiao did not ask further. It was just that when he raised his head and saw a flash of red light from Emo Xiaoyao, Feng Jiao silently lamented for Marquis Muyang in his heart. Being targeted by the prince, dying on the battlefield was actually the best ending for Marquis Muyang, right? Chapter 376. Emo Xiaoyao stood up, the faint smile on his face turning into a solemn and serious expression. The generals who had been sitting immediately stood up in unison and respectfully listened to the prince's orders. Emo Xiaoyao gazed into the distance at the blue sky outside the hall. His voice was hollow and solemn. Order the entire army, all the tribes fighting with Nanzhao and Xiling to retreat. Move closer to Riyang. With Feihong Pass as the boundary, I want to see all the Mahist army gathered in 10 days. Yes, Prince. Everyone accepted the order. They did not have any doubts about this decision. Feng Jiao stepped out and asked, Prince, the court troops in Riyang, expel them all. Kill those who do not obey. In the 10th month of the 12th year of Emperor Jing's reign in Dechu State, Princess Ding had defeated Genom of Gojoseon of Xiling and Princess Ding in succession. At the end of the month, the Mahist army that had been fighting with Xiling, Nanzhao, and King Li in various parts of Dechu State quietly retreated, leaving behind the stunned troops and the leaders of the 3 allied forces who were hesitating whether it was a trap or if the Mahist army had truly retreated. When they confirmed that the Mahist army had completely retreated from the battlefield, the overjoyed allied forces did not hesitate to charge toward the rich lands of Dechu State. Even Xiling, who had been defeated in the northwest, did not hesitate to send reinforcements to eastern Chu. However, this time, they tactfully avoided the land in the northwest that was completely controlled by the Mahist army. Instead, they circled around to the south, and then went north. At the same time, the northern tribes' army on the northern border began to move. If not for the fact that winter was not suitable for war, and they wanted to see the attitude of the Mahist army, the north of Dechu State would have started fighting again before the smoke of war had died out in the south. Naturally, the emperor was furious about this. That day, he issued an edict to the world. Prince Ding, Emo Xiaoyao, was unrepentant and resentful. He withdrew his troops to Dechu State without permission and did not care about the country. He will be stripped of his title, stripped of his military power, and sent back to the capital for further punishment. In response to this decree, Emo Xiaoyao only smiled faintly, then casually crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into an unknown corner. The 100,000 elite soldiers of the Mahist army obeyed the prince's orders and charged toward all the cities within Feihong Pass at lightning speed. The Dechu State soldiers guarding the city naturally did not dare to surrender the city to the enemy, so they rose up in resistance. The battle in the northwest of the Dechu State spread from outside the Great Pass to inside the Great Pass. However, last time, it was the Mahist army protecting the Dechu State fighting the invading Xiling army. This time, it was a battle with the Dechu State's troops. Emo Jingqi issued a series of edicts, reprimanding Emo Xiaoyao for deceiving the emperor, committing treason, etc. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. Then, the person standing in the middle of the storm was standing at the edge of a cliff in the stopped cloud mountain range, gazing at the empty wilderness in the distance. That direction was where the flames of war were raging and blood was raining. Then, there was no sympathy or pity in those calm eyes. Prince, Su Qingze and Feng Jiao walked out of the forest and bowed to the man who was lost in thought standing at the edge of the cliff. Emo Xiaoyao turned his head and saw Su Qingze's gaze waver slightly. He said, Qingze, is there any news of Li's? A trace of sadness flashed across Su Qingze's cold and stern handsome face. He said in a low voice, not yet. Emo Xiaoyao nodded and didn't say much. He only said, continue to search. It's been hard on you. It had already been a month since Yili fell off the cliff, but none of them were willing to give up the search. Previously, after the two people who were responsible for leading troops to search for Yi Li were punished by Emo Xiuyao, Su Qingze put down the matters that he originally needed to handle and took the initiative to take on this responsibility. And they all knew that Su Qingze definitely wouldn't be negligent in the search for Yi Li. It was just that before they saw Yi Li before, none of them were willing to accept the fact that they didn't want to admit. Feng Zhiao said in a low voice, "Prince, these days, Mo Jingqi has issued several edicts to slander Prince's reputation. Shouldn't we do something?" Mo Xiuyao said indifferently, "Before we take down Fei Hong Pass this year, we don't need to do anything else." But Feng Zhiao said disapprovingly, "In this way, the reputation of the people towards Prince and the Prince Ding mansion will be greatly affected. I just received news from the Shadow Guard. The people in the capital and many other places seem to have been confused by Mo Jingqi's edicts. They are prejudiced against the prince and the Mahist army." Mo Xiuyao smiled coldly and said, "So what? The views of the people are just tools that the people in power can control. Didn't Mo Jingqi always think that the Ding King's residence was a hindrance to him, hindering his great ambition of becoming a mighty ruler? Now, I will give him a chance to throw away the obstruction of the Ding mansion and the Mahist army. Let's see what ability he has to turn the tide and achieve his great ambition." Feng Zhiao frowned slightly and said, "Prince, then we." Mo Xiuyao smiled faintly. "The Mahist army temporarily stop at Fei Hong Pass. Next spring, lead the troops to the west. Feng San, I want this world to be in chaos. Don't they like to fight? Then no one should think about being idle." Feng Zhiyao's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered the man in front of him with a head of white hair and his indifferent and emotionless words that morning. He really wanted to drag the world into the flames of war, using the mountains and rivers as a sacrifice. The departure of that gentle woman had probably become a scar in the prince's heart that could never be erased. In the winter of Emperor Jing's 12th year, the Mahist army occupied Fei Hong Pass and expelled all the Chu state troops stationed in Fei Hong Pass. Those who resisted were killed without mercy. In the spring of Emperor Jing's 13th year, the northern tribes' cavalry also began to stir at the border of Chu state. At this time, Mo Xiuyao, who was already in Riyang City, did not react at all. Instead, he gave another order. He ordered Lu Jingxian and Zhang Qilan to be the left and right marshals. They each led 200,000 troops to attack the border of Xiling. This news seemed to give a signal to everyone. At the beginning of February, the 300,000 northern tribes' cavalry officially knocked on the border of Chu state. Nanzhao once again sent 200,000 troops to suppress Chu state. Xiling was also in a state of chaos because of the Mahist army's decision. However, Xiling was still a powerful country that could stand side by side with Chu state. At this time, Genom of Gojoseon ordered another 500,000 troops to the border. The troops led by Genom of Gojoseon's crown prince Leitingfeng, who had originally been in Chu state, had no intention of withdrawing from Chu state. Clearly, they were not willing to give up the benefits they had already obtained in Chu state. It seemed that in a short period of time, the world had really been thrown into chaos. At the time, it was difficult for people to truly understand the situation. It was not until countless years later, when this period of history had been buried in the annals of history, that the meddlesome historians and scholars were surprised to discover that every change seemed to be vaguely related to the man who had supposedly only made the decision to lead the troops to Xiling. People also clearly discovered that all these changes originated from the 7,000 Chu state soldiers who had died at the foot of Mount Tingyun. On that same day, the Ding princess, who had personally led 200,000 Mahist army to wipe out the Xiling army and plotted to stop the 300,000 reinforcements from Xiling, fell off the cliff and disappeared. Scholars and literati often recited poems and wrote their own conjectures here. There were also countless charming and romantic legends circulating among the people. There were even some who listed the Ding princess as one of the top 10 femme fatale in history. This also made Princess Ding of Yi Li the only legendary woman to be listed as a female general, an extraordinary woman, a beautiful woman, a virtuous empress, and a femme fatale in history. This war that had lasted for several years and engulfed the four countries was also called the Hangzhou Incident because it had originated from Genom of Gojoseon's defeat in Hangzhou. What circulated among the people was an even more beautiful and legendary name, the city-toppling chaos. As for how many stories of love and hate had evolved into, there were even more legends. Chapter 377. The armies of the three countries were pressuring the border. Among them was Mo Jingli from Jiangnan. Even though Mo Jingqi hated Mo Xiuyao, he could not spare any energy to target him. Every night, Mo Jingqi regretted being too impulsive and creating a situation where he could neither advance nor retreat. He knew that he had completely pushed the Mahist army and Mo Xiuyao to their limits. From now on, the Mahist army would no longer be the strongest barrier and protector of the Dechu state. Instead, they would be the most dangerous enemy. Right now, he could not even deal with Mo Xiuyao because he could not even protect himself. As Prince Ding, he knew that the appetites of the neighboring countries could not be satisfied just by ceding a city or land. However, he had always thought that as long as he did not have the Ding king's household, he would be able to make the Dechu state powerful in a short period of time and conquer the surrounding countries. However, when the Ding king's household really left, he found that the other countries would not give him the chance to become powerful. Send an edict to Mo Jingli. Tell him that I agree to him dividing the river to rule. Also, let him recognize who the true enemy is. This official accepts the order. In Ryong City, Feng Jiao looked at the indifferent and leisurely man in front of him. A trace of worry quietly rose in his eyes. For months had passed. Mo Xiuyao seemed to have gradually recovered from his Wang Fei's disappearance. At least, he was not as lost in thought as he had been in the past 2 months. But at the same time, that increasingly indifferent expression made Feng Jiao feel faintly uneasy. Right now, it seemed that the entire world knew that the Ding king's household and the Dechu state had turned against each other. No, in the eyes of the world, the Ding king's household had already betrayed the Dechu state. But he could not see Mo Xiuyao's thoughts and plans for the future. Right now, Mo Xiuyao was more like an outsider watching a play. He sat idly in Ryong City and watched the world fall into chaos. The West Hill was the strongest, so he sent troops to attack the West Hill. The northern tribes were worried that the Mahist army would interfere in the war with the Dechu state. He ordered all the Mahist army to retreat to Feihong Pass. Even the news that Mo Jingqi wanted to join forces with Mo Jingli did not move him in the slightest. Looking at the letter in his hand, he smiled faintly. Mo Jingqi is too weak. There's nothing wrong with having one more person to play with him. Otherwise, when the time comes, I won't be able to continue playing. Prince, someone from Yinzhou has arrived, Feng Jiao reported in a low voice. Mo Xiuyao was startled. He sat up and frowned. What happened to the Su family and Mr. Qingyun? Feng Jiao shook his head and said, no, although someone from the Chu capital did mention the relationship between the prince and the Su family, he was persuaded by many ministers. Also, with the reputation of Mr. Qingyun and the Su family, Mo Jingqi would not dare to touch them easily. Mo Xiuyao was slightly relieved. Feng Jiao frowned and asked, since the prince is worried about the Su family's safety, why not bring them to Ryong? Mo Xiuyao shook his head and remained silent. Feng Jiao looked at him for a long time before saying, the prince has never planned for the future, has he? That's why he doesn't want to see the Su family come to Ryong. He's just afraid that one day the prince, Feng San, Mo Xiuyao called him and looked at him steadily. Feng Jiao waved his sleeve and said, forget it. Do as you see fit. In any case, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Mahist army brothers and their families are in your hands. After saying this, he turned and left. Looking at his departing figure, Emo Xiuyao frowned deeply and muttered in a low voice, "Hundreds of thousands of Mahist armies, so tiring. Feng Sen, how many years can I take care of them?" "Father King, big brother, you were also very tired back then." Not long after, someone walked in. Seeing Emo Xiuyao sitting there in a daze, the person didn't say anything and just stood at the door looking at him. Emo Xiuyao frowned and raised his head to look at the person, but was startled. He stood up and looked at the person. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "Mr. Su, why are you here?" The person took off the felt hat on his head and said with a faint smile, "Is the prince not welcoming me?" Emo Xiuyao shook his head and said, "Mr. Su, please sit." "What has Mr. Su come for?" Su Hongyu looked him up and down, and then said, "On the way to Riyang, I originally thought that when I saw the prince would either be bedridden or drinking to drown his sorrows." Emo Xiuyao was somewhat surprised and said, "Why does Mr. Su say this?" Su Hongyu smiled faintly and said, "The prince has entered Riyang. The Mahist army now controls 5 prefectures and 19 cities, including the northwest. Although it is only 1/10 of Dechu state's territory, it is not smaller than Nanzhao. But the prince, what did I see on the way here? The people's livelihood has withered, and the people are barely able to get by. If it weren't for the fact that the Mahist army's area of control is currently the safest place, how many people does the prince think there would be in these places?" Emo Xiuyao was silent. Su Hongyu didn't wait for him to reply and continued, "Before I came, my father told me that with the prince's talent, you can pacify the country and your military might can stabilize the country. You are definitely not inferior to the regent Emo Lufeng or even the first prince Ding Emo Lanyan." Emo Xiuyao smiled bitterly and said, "Many thanks for Mr. Qingyun's praise. I fear that I am not worthy of Mr. Qingyun's high praise. A person who can't even protect his wife and children, how can he stabilize the country?" Su Hongyu was startled. When he thought of his intelligent and gentle niece, his eyes dimmed. Yili was the only daughter of this generation of the Su family. Toward this niece who is even more intelligent and decisive than a man, Su Hongyu truly regarded her as his own daughter and doted on her and taught her. Not only because of his younger sister who died young, but also because Yili herself was worth it. Then this intelligent girl left behind a victory that even a man might not be able to achieve. After that, she suddenly met with such a disaster. She was even younger than her mother, by several years. Was the heavens really jealous of her beauty? Carefully looking at the man in front of him who had a calm expression, but whose eyes faintly revealed coldness and boundless hatred, Su Hongyu suddenly laughed out loud. He stared at Emo Xiuyao and said, "Prince's actions today, could it be that it's because of Li? What an infatuated person. I'm sure Li would be very gratified if she knew in the underworld." "Mr. Su," Emo Xiuyao said in a deep voice, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him with warning. Even after so long, he still couldn't accept someone mentioning Li's life or death in front of him. Moreover, this person was Li's blood-related uncle. Su Hongyu looked at him without any fear. He lightly snorted and said, "Prince is so affectionate. This old man wants to thank Prince on behalf of Li Ber. It's just, Li used her pregnant body to set up this situation for Prince in the northwest. So the prince is hiding in Riyang City to watch the show, and watch the world fall into chaos and the people live in misery?" Emo Xiuyao lowered his eyes. After a while, a cold smile slowly appeared on his lips. He faintly said, "So what? Don't they want the world? Then go fight for it. Didn't Emo Jingqi find the Ding King's residence an eyesore? Now that there's no Ding King's residence, isn't it perfect for him to do as he wishes? I will wait for him to bring millions of soldiers to quell the rebellion. From now on, the Dechu state will have another unparalleled monarch. The future monarchs will no longer have to worry about the Ding King's residence and the Mahist army. In this world, there are many people who want I's life. I will sit in Riyang City and wait for them to come."
Su Hongyu softly sighed.
Looking at the man in front of him who had a murderous aura, he asked, "Prince has nothing to live for? What crimes have the people committed?" What crimes have those who have been loyal to the Ding King's residence for generations committed? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.